Recording.
All right. Let me just start my own. Welcome, one, all, few, many, the proud, the Marines, and everyone else, to the Shadow of the Broker campaign, doing the Jewel of Yavin adventure, where we are on episode 3, Escape to the Clouds. I am your main and beautiful GM, Jack, and with me I have Brandon as my co-GM. And with us we have a group of players who are hoping to run through this adventure without dying. And we'll start with their introductions with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, James.
All right, I'm playing Jogan Ben, human pilot extraordinaire, main rebel sympathizer within the group, and yeah, he's still on the trail of someone who turned in a group of rebels from one of the missions, but there hasn't been much progress on that front recently. So maybe once we're done with this heist, there'll be some time to start getting back to the search.
All right. Also, don't forget to roll your destiny when I have you do the introduction. Next up, we have Jeff.
I'm playing R0C-K4, or Rocky, to his friends and cohorts. He was an LEVO police droid on a small asteroid colony before an electrical storm allowed him to dodge his daily memory wipe. And since then, he's been traveling through the galaxy. He was able to negotiate a contract to work for the broker, and has undergone a number of upgrades at the moment, up to this point.
All right. Next, we have Riss.
Alright, I will be playing Kivera, a 14-year-old Togruta thief who was raised in the outer mid-Rimish area by his older brother, but eventually his older brother's debts and enemies caught up with him and bounty hunters came and took him away, so now Key is working with the broker's agents in order to get him back.
All right. Next, we have Taylor.
I am playing Chimagura, also known as Chim Chim, and apparently known as Little Chim. He's an Ewok bounty hunter assassin, and his current dream is to steal a Star Destroyer and become king of the pirates. But first he kind of needs to get rid of this Little Chim moniker that he's not too fond of.
And that will be its own little adventure, I'm sure. Next up, we have Eric.
Alright, I am playing Torty. He is a Duros smuggler. He has quite a large debt as his main obligation, but more than anything, he wants to be an infamous criminal, an infamous smuggler, so he's doing what he can to earn money and spread his name and fame.
All right. Next up, we have Ben.
Hi, I'm playing Cristelavar Sphinx, also known as Gristle. He's a doctor and a ravishing fellow. He's a Chistavan Wolfman. He likes helping people not die through diplomacy or through keeping their heart from stopping the normal way. Yeah.
Yes, and we've already seen his skills in action many times before, and hopefully will again. Moving on, we have Ivan.
Hey, I'm playing Gerald, son of Garth. I'm a human con artist slash charmer. I'm a recent addition to the Broker's Agents. I joined this particular group briefly during episode 1 and had a brief hiatus during episode 2. And as of episode 3, I may or may not have been on the run the entire night. So I might be a little tired at this point. We'll see how that works out.
All right. Next up, we have Darina.
Hi, I'm Dara. She's a Chiss gunfighter. Parents were Jedi, even though she was not born of the Force. Damn, where's the rest of it gone? Oh yeah, sorry. And she has no idea whether they're alive or dead. And she hates politics with a passion.
I wonder why. And finally, we have Tommy.
I'm playing Ragesh Vai. He is a Lordian human, former circus acrobat, currently spy, and master of disguise.
Oh my, and it looks like my mentioning of the dark side early on has completely jinxed us. Brandon, I'm sorry. Anyway, for anyone who hasn't participated in the majority of the adventure, how filled in are you? Did you look at the mission reports or past recordings? I just need to know if I need to do a little recap right here.
I read the mission reports, but some of it was a bit vague.
How about you, Ivan?
I only need clarification on how much time has passed between the start of episode 2 and the start of episode 3.
The start about 8 hours.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little recap just for everyone to be on the same page. You arrived in Cloud City actually pretty much just a day ago with Macron Duvel hinting at the possibility that you might be able to pull off the heist of the century and stealing a very rare Corsica gem and the auction bid that went with it. So basically you would end up stealing not only the gem, but its value and credits at the same time. For the first episode, we had the team gathering information on the auction and the bidders, as well as the building where the jewel was housed, so they might better rip it off, both the bidders and the gem. And we also were preparing to race in the Cloud City Grand Prix to get an official invitation to the auction event, so we might butter up the bidders. Jokin Ben and Kivera were the pilot and co-pilot, respectively, of the Cloud car that was raced, that was in the Cloud City Grand Prix, but the cyborg Zicto Alro was also able to race in place of another racer. They ended up winning, and the team got the invitation. So in episode 2, they first went to the gala, several of these more socially ordinary characters here, and were able to successfully butter up most of the bidders to jack up the bid for the Jewel of Yavin. So they ended up making away with, as revealed in part 2 of episode 2, 300,000 credits, which they deposited in Aaron Shen's account, the person who set them up with the logistics of the heist. And then moving on into part 2 proper, the heist itself was pulled, and while they managed to escape with the Jewel of Yavin, they made quite the trail, which was quickly picked up upon by reporters and Wingard alike, which led to a citywide broadcast notifying the population of Cloud City of No, it was supposed to be deposited into Aaron Shen's account where he would then split it. So he's kind of basically just holding it. And so now we end up in episode 3 with the city on high alert for a band of murderous thieves who have made away with treasures from the Fig and Associates Museum, as revealed in the play-by-post breaking news. And finally, we end up now in episode 3. The agents that have participated in the mission so far and other agents who have decided to provide backup are meeting together in a small port town cantina that Macron Devel has cleared out for them for the moment, where they have been regrouping. At this moment, Macron Devel has actually returned, where he was claiming to try and coordinate with Aaron Shen to plan out the group's next move. He comes in, and this is about early morning. The sun has started to peek over the horizon, providing this nice little cityscape you see before you. And he sits down on the table and sighs a bit. And he says, "Well, your work in acquiring the jewel has caused some difficulties, though I'm not going to fault your methods. You did actually get out with the gem. The Cloud City administration is going nuts and locked down most civilian traffic out of the city. It was only with Aaron's help that the wing guard that were on your tail were distracted long enough for you to go to ground." With our getaway now considerably more complicated, since the Sunflare will not be able to leave without proper authorization or a lot of havoc, we'll need to meet up with the Shens to coordinate our escape. I've already arranged a meeting with Aaron, and he is actually providing a camouflaged hover bus to get us back to his apartment, so we might plan our next move. So at this point, any of you may ask Macron any questions, though he appears to be limited in information. Or you may just go ahead and... Actually, let me go ahead and move this.
Well, I would like to work on those disguises that we had talked about.
That was basically when Rogesh brought up the idea before Macron even came back, he was already working on it. So
Okay.
we can just say the disguises are complete, and you can go ahead and arrange who's disguised and who has the setbacks as we originally agreed.
Yeah, sure. I would think that we need one setback on Key, one setback on Jokin, and then one last setback. Who do you think needs it the most? I would say probably maybe just put 2 on Key and 1 on Jokin.
All right. And the 8 people who are disguised, I assume, is just everyone except for Rock.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, yep, that actually fits everyone, including you if you wanted one. Okay, so everyone has their disguise except for Rock because he's a robot person, and Key has 2 setbacks, Jokin has 1. Just gotta make sure I write that all down.
Okay, and what are we thinking the base difficulty to run this is? For trying to see through the disguise?
Oh, it's set on the camouflage kit, so it's
from daunting?
No, it's actually formidable. Upgraded once. It was a special prototype kit. And speaking of which, also Ragesh wants to ask Macron if he is able to get us just some random clothing, mechanically banal clothing or apparel, so that everyone can get a further upgrade on being indistinguishable. And it's only 25 credits, so, and the rarity is 0, so it should be pretty easy to find.
I mean, it literally sounds like with a rarity of 0 and a price of 25, like jeans and a t-shirt, basically.
It would be easy to find, but time is also short.
Basically,
go ahead and make
I was going to say
2 red and a purple charm check if you really want to drive Macron into doing this. Actually, no, that's the wrong difficulty. It needs to actually be 2 red and 2 purple.
2 red, 2 purple. Okay.
would he like raid a laundromat or something like that?
And I'm going to use Congenial to downgrade that. And maybe I can get some unskilled assistance from somebody with Charm.
Gotcha.
So the Gristle smiles. Or no, Key pleads with his like little kid puppy eyes, like, I don't want to be caught, so 2 boosts from that. Does that work for you, Key?
Yeah, it works well enough.
Huh, doesn't work. Time is of the
Macron shakes his
essence.
head and says, if there was more time, I'd love to do it, but at the moment we should really just be going. And actually at this point, because to be honest with my audience, I frankly forgot, I need to mention something right here. Due to the highly aware nature of the city, it's very on alert, and it's even locked down as a result of the heist, and the fact that the group has probably had to stay up all night because of this. I'm basically going to count this as a group obligation activating, and everyone needs to lower their strength thresholds by 2. However, I will also roll duty to see if you get actually the bonus to your wound threshold. And you don't.
I would like to ask if he has a stiff drink and a pair of beard trimmers. I'm thinking about getting rid of my telltale mustache.
You are in a cantina, so I think you have free run of that.
Yes, there are a few drinks in the cabinets in the back that everyone was privy to. It looked like the cantina owner did not care if they were taken while he was out.
And there is ready access to a male grooming kit.
If you flip a destiny point, I'll say yes. I'll say that the owner left his grooming kit in the staff-only bathroom.
Excellent. I am going to make use of this grooming kit, and at some point, either now or during the bus ride, remove my mustache. And I would argue that would give me a boost die, because it is a very large mustache.
All right. So everyone has boarded the. Okay, and the windows are very tinted, so anyone looking in, you can tell, would probably only see blackness. But it is a very large hover bus. It pulls alongside the cantina, and Macron, standing at the door, kind of waves his hand to rush you all inside. It's like, got to make sure you're, even with these disguises, being out in the open is probably not the best idea.
Right. One thing though, I'm a little bit concerned about Rock. We should do something like, I don't know, spray paint him or something to make him look different.
You do have. I'll let the concealing robes. And this would actually be his cloak. I know he likes to wear. Let the concealing robes. What is it? One setback. I know that's not a lot, but if you just pull the hood over, it would add a setback to anyone trying to recognize him.
So I'm pulling the hood back, and I'm going to be crouching while I walk, so I appear shorter. Because we'll be looking for a tall, ominous-looking droid, not a short, squat, like sort of black cloak just moving through.
Yeah.
And in a crowd of people, it'll be easier for me to sort of like disappear into because I'll be shorter and I won't stand out.
I'd say with your stature and hood by itself, 2 setback, and the fact that you're currently in the middle of a group would make it 3 setback total.
Is there anything we could like use to pretend to be like a trunk to disguise him as a Kubaz?
There's not a lot of stuff in the cantina you could affix to him to make him look like that. No, and plus he has a very noticeable frontal silhouette.
I'm just curious, what is the difficulty of noticing him?
I'd imagine it would be perception or vigilance versus his stealth, or maybe skullduggery to obscure his features.
Okay. And what are those values for you, Rock? I'm just curious.
Let me check. So for stealth, it would be 1 green. For skullduggery, it will be 1 green. So, not the best.
What if I sit on his shoulders so that only my head goes through the robes, but the robes cover his face entirely, and we just look like a big Wookiee?
With a really tiny head.
Yeah. A small-headed Wookiee.
I would say that you would be able to provide skilled assistance on his checks.
Okay.
However, yeah, I guess since he doesn't have any skill, you have to provide your stealth skill to his, which I think is actually pretty intimidating.
I'm okay with that.
His stealth is actually pretty top notch, so I will be more than happy to. I would more than happy to accept that help.
All right, yeah. Chim Chim crawls up your back. I'm almost tempted to have that be an athletics roll, but I'll spare us all the embarrassment. Chim Chim crawls up your back and perches himself on your shoulders and pokes his head through the cloak. So, as long as the cloak covers the other parts of your form, it does look like you just have you're just a Wookiee with a weird tiny head and beady eyes. All right.
We're an oddly shaped Wookiee that totally doesn't look like a Wookiee.
Indeed.
And probably wouldn't sound like one either.
So, you are now all on board the hover bus, which you notice has actually a robot driver. It doesn't even seem to acknowledge you as you board. It just closes the doors once everyone, including Macron, he's coming with you, are on board, and then takes off. As it
Okay.
lifts up into the larger passages of the city, you actually notice that Jokin, Key, and Rock's faces are now plastered on a bunch of hollow screens with a bounty notification underneath it. It's like, wanted for crimes against Cloud City and her people.
How much is the bounty?
It is currently 10,000 credits. Lando Calrissian has posted a personal bounty for their capture. Brandon, was that for dead or alive, or just alive?
It was even for.
I thought it was just for information leading to the capture.
Yeah, even just information leading to their arrest. Which obviously, if you know how those work in real life, it's kind of a shitty way of not actually giving you money at the end of the day. But I'm not sure how much you guys would know about that. But yeah, so that's the way it was phrased.
I mean, I kidnap people all the time, so I kind of get how it works.
Yeah.
All right. So the hover bus. Everyone, go ahead and roll me a hard perception check.
Remember, you get 2 boost die if you're engaged with me, and 1 boost die if you are within short range of me.
Why?
He has a specific talent that makes you
The
basically more
talent is
vigilant.
known as heightened awareness. You're welcome.
So are we all engaged? Is that how this is working?
I'm actually going to say only 3 of you are engaged minus Rocks. Only 1 more person can roll double boosts.
Oh,
but
well, that's true.
everyone else can definitely be in short.
All right, and then perception hard. Okay.
Dara's busy lighting up a cigar.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8,
Sarah,
9.
you forgot a boost die.
At this point, it does not matter.
It literally
it really doesn't matter. Gristle, Rogesh. Okay, everyone with advantages. You notice this. The hover bus is currently being tailed. About 3 cloud cars keep seeming to duck and weave between the traffic that go around you. And they followed you for like 5 turns now, so it's really suspicious. Everyone who succeeded the check, you actually hear a faint beeping coming from underneath the cockpit droid's console.
Rock's going to go investigate the beeping.
All right, Rock and Chim, since I guess he's just along for the ride for the moment, you go over and you pop open, and you see there's a small storage compartment in the console, basically a glove box. And you open it, and you see a timer ticking down. It currently is at 20 seconds.
Oh, guys are being tailed.
Guys, there's a bomb.
Yeah, there's a bomb.
Someone should get Jokin over there to look at it. Well, I guess if they say there's a bomb, Jokin would go look at it.
Yes.
Can Rock do leadership to yell at Jokin to get over here?
Yes. What is leadership opposed by? Discipline or cool? Don't think it's either, really.
I was thinking I was just going to do field commander.
Leadership is opposed by discipline.
Okay.
Yeah. If he's doing field commander, though, he's just trying to get him moving, so...
All right,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll say this can save you time. It's currently at 18 seconds.
All right, let me just double check the difficulty for field commander.
I think it's average.
And also, the hover bus is flying pretty high up in the chamber. Jumping out right now would be a medium fall.
That's bad.
All right.
All right, so Jokin, get over here.
And I'll say that I'll get Jokin over there with 16 seconds to spare.
Jokin will unsling his toolkit and take a look at what's going on.
All right. What you're seeing is quite obviously the control part of a bomb. The wires seem to actually stretch into the frame of the hover bus, so it is going to be quite impossible to actually just remove the explosive. You need to basically disarm the bomb with what you have in front of you. It is going to be to basically disarm the bomb. 3 red die and 2 setback due to the way the bomb is constructed and how it's kind of wired into the bus itself.
All right.
Rock would like to provide unskilled assistance.
You certainly may. Punch the
So-
bomb harder.
The
Double-check.
assistant says, it appears to be a bomb.
Excellent. Always appreciate the help. Just checking if I have anything else to help me here, and I don't. So here it goes. Check.
Nice.
All right, you are able to cut away it's always the blue wire. You're able to cut the blue wire and get the clock to freeze at 15 seconds. 14 seconds. You can't do all of that in 1 second. That's a bit too much. But yes, you did actually disarm the bomb.
Whoa.
The droid, however, seems to be continuing towards your course, wherever the droid was told to take you.
I think we want to supplant
Yeah.
with our own choice of pilot, right?
Yep.
All right,
Or at
it is
least-
going to be an average athletics check to pull the pilot droid away. Actually, no. 2 setback as well, due to the fact that you're
So-
probably going to have to immediately resume your own control right when you tear him away.
So
Can
Rock's
Derek
going to
give
tear him
the-
away, and then Jokin's going to
Sounds good.
pilot.
What did you want Dara to do?
Daryl could add some skilled assistance with 1 yellow, 2 green.
Not
to
for Rock,
the-
we can.
Through piloting or athletics?
My athletics is 3 yellow, 3 green. So I'm going to pull the pilot away because I'm right there, and Jokin's going to drive.
All right, hold on. Before you roll the athletics, I am going to flip to upgrade. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Alrighty. So, ready, steady, go.
All right. You are able to
Skipping a
pull the
beat.
pilot droid away, and once it seems to be like pulled out of a control socket, it seems to be plugged into. It has legs, but the thing was sort of built to hold it. It immediately shuts down, so you don't have to deal with it fighting back against you or anything. And you also notice that the cloud cars are getting closer, the ones that were tailing you. But
You're
they
gonna
have
look at Jokin and go, so here's, buddy.
You know, actually, I like Chim Chim's idea. Like, if we could get to a spot where we momentarily got out of their sight, exited, and put the droid back in and let it continue on.
It's not a bad idea.
He just ripped the droid out of the socket, though.
No. This plan will work. The droid is made for its own mobility, but when it was controlling this, it had its own socket. You basically forced it out. Nothing is
Okay.
broken. The droid is just currently off.
All right, gotcha.
All right. So this sounds like it's going to need a bit of a chase. The hover bus you were in has a maximum speed of 2. To take that into account. You are in the middle of Cloud City traffic. It's currently filled up because so many people are in the city with nowhere really to go because of the lockdown, so they decided to just fly around and look at the sights. So you are currently going speed 2, so you don't have to worry about speeding up. However, in order for you to basically start off the chase, you're going to need a silhouette of the bus. It's 3 with speed 2. So 1 purple, 2 red, and 2 setback due to the traffic. And you're going to have to roll that, and I'm going to go ahead and roll for these guys following you to see if they can keep up.
Can I roll to do full throttle first.
What does that allow you to do?
I can increase the speed by 1 for rounds equal to cunning.
Yes. I'm going to say that these guys have not taken an aggressive stance for you because they're waiting for a bomb to go off. So this would make it speed 3 for 5 rounds.
Very good.
Also, is there a way to actually add more time onto the counter and put the counter back, and then let the bus carry on going, and then
For the
obviously it
advantage
explodes?
Jokin got, I'd say yes.
Good point, Dara.
Yes, I would say that you can rewire the bomb.
Dara will explain her idea of, can we add extra time to it just to get so we can get out, put it back on, put the droid back in, and hide, and then off it goes. Lead them on a wild bomb chase.
You can go at to rewire the bomb. It's going to be the same 3 red die, but you won't have any setback. I'll say Jokin was able to to put the bomb in a better position to be messed with, since he had to do it.
Yeah, someone else is going to need to do that, though, while he's driving. Any other good mechanics?
While we're going ahead and figuring that out, I'm going to say you're still getting the chase underway, since you are going to need that dead spot, since you probably don't want to be in the bus when it explodes. So yeah, go ahead and roll. I guess now it's 3 red die since you upped the speed.
All right. Anyone want to co-pilot this? Help point out where things are?
I have a question about that, actually.
Okay.
If Key were to co-pilot, could shortcut come into play?
What does that let you do?
During chases, you get a boost, whether to catch or escape.
Yes, I'll let you do that.
Okay, so do you want me to co-pilot then?
Yeah.
By the way, just in character, Ragesh is going to say, maybe we don't want to rearm the bomb only because this is really packed traffic. We don't know how many people we could kill. We've already killed several people. We've got way too much heat on us already. Just let the bus keep going where it needs to go. But if we
Planetary, sorry.
We need to reduce collateral damage here.
Yeah, like that's just not going to be good if we cause a massive fireball in the middle of packed traffic.
Well, plus we'll be inside that fireball if this goes wrong.
Yeah.
How about we put it directly away from the main traffic?
Well, but we don't know where this bus has been programmed to go. It's better for us just to leave the bomb off and send it to wherever it's going.
We should also be very careful because if this bus is filled with bombs, if we're shot at, we may all just die anyway. So
Yeah,
subtlety
let's
may
not
be key
rearm
here.
it.
I think it helps Jokin. I don't think it helps your co-pilot.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so that doesn't remove any of the upgrades, but I will say for the Triumph, not only will you get that boost from Key's talent, but you will get a free upgrade for this next check.
All right.
And so it's still 3 red, and don't forget the 2 setback for the traffic.
I'm going to remove those 2 setback, and I'm just checking for anything else before we roll this.
Not yet.
All right, here we go. Did it?
Nice.
Quite successful there.
Oh, you're able to remove the setback. All right.
Hard to fail.
Okay, so you've started to push the hover bus into overdrive. The cloud cards have noticed, and so they are also going to try and give chase. Oh, I have to find their stat block.
They don't need it.
They have to try.
Yeah. How close are these tails?
I'd say planetary. I'm torn between short or close. Let me just check one thing here. I'd say currently. Okay, yeah, they're currently short range.
Okay, but that would be further than personal extreme, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
248 of Edge of Empire for the Cloudcast.
Okay, I know the stat. I know the stat block for the cloud cars. I was looking for the stat block for the pilots. All right, so this is going to be there's. Okay, and so they have. Do they have skill jockey? That's fine. Okay, they remove one setback, but they still have to deal with. They're trying to exceed your speed, so they're trying to go faster. Oh, wow, I'm surprised that ended up like that. All right, you notice the group of them tried to follow you, but one of them immediately gets bogged down in traffic and is out of sight. However, two of them continue to be on your tail, but it looks like they have been forced to slow down.
Is there a way we can produce smoke out of the rear of the vehicle?
I have lightning ion grenades.
I think that'll just draw more attention to us.
And plus, you can't throw them that far.
No, but we're traveling really fast. I would just toss it straight up. Let them drive into it.
Well,
think about
guys,
this.
like, I think that for now we should try to be as indistinguishable as possible because there are tons of witnesses as well. Right now we're just a hover bus that's going by. You know, people aren't going to remember it. They're going to remember a bus that all of a sudden has smoke coming out of it or someone tossed a grenade out of it.
You also need to consider if someone placed a bomb inside the bus, what's to say they haven't placed some sort of short-range tracker inside here as well?
I will bring up that if, regardless of these arguments, you still want to have the bus produce smoke, that will be an average mechanics check to damage the exhaust manifold and filters.
I agree with Tommy. We should be indistinguishable, but I think we should try to get off this bus as quick as possible.
Yeah, so as soon as we pull out of range out of all of them and turn a corner, we should jump out. We should probably start putting that droid back in its spot right now anyway.
All right, you still have two cloud cars chasing you, so you're going to have to roll the same difficulty if you want to keep the speed up. Oh, and you also can do another co-pilot check if you want to see if Key can help you there.
All right, Keith. Improve this time.
All right, so now it's 1 red, 2 purple. Oh, that's interesting result.
The only red.
Do we want Key to do a thing, or
We've got some to spare, so might as well.
We might need that for later.
Well, but he's
the
got
bus
3.
is in the city.
Might as well start using it, especially right now. I kind of want to get away.
Okay, if everyone agrees, sure. So, gotta find it now.
Go.
What's the distance between the bus and Cloud City that we're on?
You mean this? Well, you're still about medium personal length above this ground. However, there are buildings next to you that are probably just short. So how are you flipping all of these dice to give you a new result?
Well, I got rid of the despair, turned it into a a threat.
Okay.
And Torty, do you have your dice out?
Yeah, what do you need?
Well, you're just bringing up good points last time about how some of them, they're actually like 2 on the same side as the triumph
Right.
and 1 on the other. I forgot to take the time to look through all that myself.
Oops. Yeah, okay, 1. Jeez.
So I mean,
Sorry.
like success and an advantage on both sides, or on one side.
Yeah. So I'm using the Dice Roller app, which does have the physical pictures, but So what are you looking at? Let's see.
One with a single success and a single advantage on the same face.
Okay. That can be turned to. Give me 1 second.
Like I know it can be a triumph, but is there more than one side?
Actually,
Face with that?
actually, none of your results can be triumph.
That's not true, I feel, but like not without rolling.
Yeah, what I'm looking at, it says what success and
Never mind.
advantage do not border triumph, and neither does double success.
Let me see, hold on, I found my bag.
The triumph
Okay.
was opposite of the blank yellow square.
I mean, I'm
No,
looking
I
at my
guess
die, and the
the
triumph
other
is
one-
adjacent to an excess or a success advantage.
Okay,
There's
then
only one on that side.
the Dice Roller app has a different layout, so I will
That's-
not use it anymore.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, I'm looking at a die as well. He's right. So there's a 50% chance for it to be adjacent.
Okay, I apologize.
Though actually no, because if you look adjacent to the blank, there are 2 success advantages. So there's a 33% chance.
Oh yeah.
Shame. All right. Well, if it rolls a 2, nope. Let's see then. I only have 3 more of those to work with. Rolls a 2, and if it rolls a 2, wait. I just realized I did 1d2
Yeah,
on those. My
D2,
bad.
yeah.
Either way, failed. On that double success, that one is 50-50. So let's see. So 2. Nope. So no, I can't turn any of those into triumphs actually.
All right, so you get rid of the despair, but that only gives you success and takes away an advantage.
Yeah. So now I have to figure out what other ones I want to change.
I guess you could flip around the negative dice.
I mean, yeah, I could turn that failure into another single threat. And the boost. Let's see if there's anything fun I could do there. Signature ability takes forever.
Well, I mean, just looking at it just holistically, we got rid of the despair, and any finagling with the rest of the results really isn't
It would
going to
just
do
get
that
more
much, right?
really advantages or whatnot, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to say for all those advantages that you duck a corner and you notice there's actually 2 Wingguard cloud cars. However, you fly right under them. They only turn their lights on when the cloud cars tailing you turn the corner. And they actually start chasing the cloud cars that were chasing you. So they are going to have a lot of issues. I'm going to say that changes that to that and adds a that. Okay, both the cloud cars that were chasing you have to actually duck and start their own chase to get away from the cops. So they actually aren't following you anymore.
Evacuate.
All right, it is just going to be an easy mechanics check. Okay, no, first things first. To find a place where you can actually land and quickly get off, that is going to be an average piloting planetary that I will upgrade once with a flip. To put the rewire the droid back into the console and have the cloud car keep going, that's going to be take that through a strain. That's going to be another. That's good. Going to be an easy mechanics check that I'm going to flip. Jokin can't do it though.
Who else is good at
Who's-
mechanics?
There's easy mechanics. I
Yeah,
have 3
one red
select
die.
ranks.
Sorry, you have 3 what?
3 intellect and 2 ranks.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I'll assist you.
Cool. So does no one else have better?
Apparently not.
Go ahead. Okay. Go!
Nice.
Oh, it was actually supposed to be a red die, not a purple. Just go ahead and roll red die by
Go!
itself.
Ah, well, of course. It does that.
All right. So, right when you put it in, the droid immediately starts taking the cloud car off again. So it is trying to jump up. Everyone who wants to get off here and not stay on again needs to go ahead and roll You're already landing, so I'm just going to say an average athletics or coordination check to get off of the cloud car before you basically end up getting stuck on it again.
Just average, no upgrades.
Nope. I like that even split. All right, I'll remember that triumph. Oh, okay, I'll remember those triumphs.
If someone
Wow.
fails pretty hard, can I use my triumph to catch them?
You can use a triumph to help them.
I was hoping
And I'll
Torty would
bring
be
that
the only one to fail.
I'll bring that up for Geralt and the like.
I'm sorry,
So,
what are we doing?
just roll an average coordination or athletics check. You can
Okay,
pick
I
which skill.
apologize. I was looking at something. Coordination or athletics?
Yeah.
All right.
Need 4
I
more
am
people
much
to
more
roll.
agile than I am brawny, so.
I just can't see any of the rolls.
Oh, don't
yeah.
roll again. It'll pop up in a second.
If you're not seeing anyone else rolling, you may need to leave and come back.
Yeah. And then for the Rock Chim situation, I would say Chim is going to be sticking on Rock's back.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's a great idea. Shim needs to hold on to Rock, but Rock jumps off. So I'm actually going to say Rock by himself. Go ahead and roll this.
Back.
The results of that will...
Yeah, probably 2 setbacks for Chim on top.
Sure.
Well, Rock can't really see where he's going, right?
Oh, that's also...
I can open the front of the cliff a little bit.
I'll say that I'll all be rolled into 2
Yeah,
setback.
Yeah, you have Bender's like telescopic eye like poking out of the coat.
Maybe I have echolocation.
It would still be blocked by the coat, wouldn't it?
No, Rock just screams, and everything that all the sound bounce off, he sees.
Not gathering
All right,
attention
so
at all.
what's the athletics check gonna be?
2 purple, 2 black. And
That's
Shim
it?
doesn't need to roll.
Okay, so. Boop.
Okay, yeah, you easily.
I do a flip.
Chim is no problem to you at all. In fact, he seems to help your balance a bit. Okay, and for all these triumphs, I'm going to say that Gristle and Gerald were able to be caught by whoever. Anyone with a triumph can say they caught them and help them out with their landing. So
I'm gonna
they
let
are
Ragesh
all
do
okay.
that.
You are all okay. All right, and so Macron also hops off. Someone could say their triumph compensates for him if they care, but if they don't, he just lands fine because I say so. And he quickly ushers you into the building, where you actually conveniently find a nice lounge area that is currently deserted because it's early enough in the morning that not a lot of people are using it. And he says, well, it's obvious at this point that Aaron's gone and flipped the tables on us.
So I'm
So how-
curious though, and I'm speaking in character to Macron. Why would he do that when we still have the gem? I mean, it's still quite valuable. That's really stupid of him.
He seemed to be more primarily concerned with just rubbing the theft under Grayson's nose. He may still want the gem, and that was why those cloud cars were tailing us.
Okay.
Yeah, you would know knowledge about the Corsica gem. It's basically indestructible. So it looks like he was taking a risk on the explosion, but he thinks the gem would have been fine anyways.
Got it. Okay.
So, we're still left with this situation. The Sunflare is locked down, along with every other civilian ship in the city, and we need it in order to get away. We also now have Aaron, who's flipped the tables on us, and now probably is siphoning all the money you took from the auction, since you all put it into his account. Oh, okay, yeah, that's everything. How would you want to proceed?
Well, he chose the wrong group to screw over. Shit.
Yeah.
I say that we take him down.
I'm with you there, 110%.
It's like, you don't
okay.
fuck with the broker's crew like that. What?
So, it looks like then we'll have to split our forces. A portion of us will need to go down. We'll need to pursue Aaron Shen to deliver the justice he so deserves, while another team works to free the Sunflare as our getaway vehicle. Not to mention, I assume it has some personal value to most of you. Okay, yes, and if you're going to go ahead and pick your team, go ahead and type type that into the Roll20 chat so we can keep tabs on it. Oh, and I also want to know who is going to hold on to the gem.
Like I said in chat, Gris will offer to carry the gem.
And Ragesh was offering in the PvP, wasn't he?
Yeah, but
Or
I'm not going to
suggesting.
want it if I'm heading towards him. So
Right.
So it sounds like Rogesh might want the gem to be in the hand of the team getting the getaway vehicle.
yeah, I'm still a little bit. I kind of give Gristle a look though. The fact that he didn't tell us about Eliza, whatever, concerns me. I mean that was a big thing not to tell us. So,
I suppose now might be the appropriate time to reveal the fact that I may have a cybernetic cavity in my chest.
oh, there you go.
Well, Rock also has his own hidden storage, but
But he's also a wanted criminal. So
does Key still have? Did Key give anyone the gem in the PvP?
No.
Then
But that might just be because we didn't
say
roleplay that
currently
far.
still in Key's possession. So you may pick if you want to give it to anyone or keep it to yourself.
Okay, well, Gerald's going back to the Sunflare, right?
Yes.
I am indeed.
So going there, not having a criminal not being televised the way we were at least, and having a cavity, that could be good.
I agree.
Okay, so
So we all in
Geralt
favor for
now is
that?
holding the gem in his cybernetic cavity.
Yes, it's in my right chest,
All
opposite my heart.
So this is going to be where we split up. Everyone who wants to go get lovely vengeance on Aaron Shen, stay here with me. Everyone who wants to get the Sunflare free from the lockdown will go ahead and join Brandon in another session.
So where do you think you're going, Taylor? Because I figure both groups will need stealth, or could use stealth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that Key would like to get a bit of revenge, so I don't know how Chim feels about that. Like if he feels the same way.
Nah, pretty. As far as this whole gem thing goes, he's not too surprised or upset by being betrayed.
Okay, so are you good with the getaway ship?
Revenge is necessary.
You're currently serving as Rock's beard. If you go help the getaway,
I gotta
Rock
go
is
where Rock
without a
goes.
disguise.
I'm sticking with Rock then.
Okay, I'll head over then.
All right.
Good luck, guys.
Who has the gem?
Geralt does, and he's with the getaway team.
Or wait, or is it more of an even split like this?
Even split or uneven split, this is up to you.
It's a 5-4 split. So one team's gonna have 5,
someone's
one's
gonna have
have
a
4.
smaller team anyway, so
Mhm.
don't feel compelled to have evenness be your reason for staying.
Hey, Tommy, Leslie's having trouble joining. It says it keeps asking for a password.
what? Tell him to try again. No one else had any trouble.
Yeah, it didn't ask me.
And make sure that he's going to the right link too.
Oh, I actually deleted my
Brandon
link,
just
so he
regave-
shouldn't be clicking on mine.
Brandon just regave him the link in the general strategy conversation area.
Okay.
Oh man, he's missed so
Typing
much.
something. We'll see what he says.
Be right back really quick.
All right. Yeah, I guess now while we're sorting this all out, it'd be a good time to call a short break.
Okay. I'll
Since
pause
it
it.
looks like Leslie will be joining. So, we now have assembled our small revenge team committed to make Aaron Shen pay for what he's done to us. I guess now you have a problem of where you want to go. You do know the apartment. You do know you can get to the apartment where Aaron Shen originally met with you when he was arranging the job, but that's about it.
Let's see
Well, we go
if
there,
we
I can sniff
can.
out if he-
I'm curious about those cloud cars that were tailing us. I'm trying to think if there's a way that we can. Now that we're not in the bus anymore and looking around the corner, do we see the cars anywhere?
No, but you do hear sirens. However, the sirens are almost all over.
Right.
There's probably a lot of Wingard trying to catch up on the events of the night.
Where did Macron go? Is he with us?
Macron, I'm going to say, given the smaller stature of the team, he is with you.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him, for information, like where do you know of any other contacts that we can use to? Actually, wait a minute. We should probably contact one of the people that this dude betrayed, and they're not going to recognize us anyway, so that we can say that we're bounty hunters after this guy.
What do you mean by another person he's betrayed?
Well, like go to Grayson and pose as bounty hunters
Oh,
after Aaron
Marcus
Shen.
Grayson. All right. Let's see.
I like that a lot.
And I mean, we shouldn't have Rock there for this because obviously he could be recognized, but the rest of us, they will not recognize us at all.
Go ahead, roll me a hard streetwise check.
Right.
Want my help with that?
I've got
Yes,
two.
remember, due to the current arrangement between Chim and Rock, anyone who wants to see through their disguise will have to roll basically a skilled check between the both of them.
Okay.
Rock's cunning with Chim's stealth.
I've got 2 yellows and 3 greens, Taylor.
Oh, I can't help you then.
All right. Well, I'll take an unskilled assistance then. All right, 2 yellow, 3 green, and what was the difficulty again?
Just hard.
All right, and no upgrades, right?
Nope. All right, so it appears that Grayson's security forces seem to be fanning out through the city, probably looking for the jewel, although they haven't explicitly stated it. Like they're trying to keep the blemish on the theft of the jewel probably downplayed. Grayson himself you can't seem to find. However, you do...
Oh, actually, wait a second. I might have a reroll for that. Let's see, what is it called? What's it called?
It'd probably be natural something.
It doesn't Natural Shadow have Skullduggery? Oh no, that's Skullduggery and Stealth. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, and I was like, oh no. So nope, I don't have that.
All right. You're not able to find where Grayson may be hiding or not. However, you do find. Let me just see. I know I have a picture of him here somewhere. Okay, perfect. Let me just do a little things here, and I'll move you guys along. You actually find a Defel poking around Port Town. He's at the bottom of this page. You might have to scroll down if you're zoomed in. By the name of Gantel Dro. He's actually made some inquiries into the local fences to see if anyone's been trying to hawk the jewel. So yeah, you found someone associated with Grayson, but not Grayson himself.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to this guy and introduce ourselves as bounty hunters after Aaron Shen.
All right. So what, counting Rock's cunning, what is Chim's stealth? Because he's going to try and see through your disguise there.
I have 4 ranks in stealth, and although I don't think my ranks of stalker would carry over, so I just have 4 ranks in stealth.
All right, and I'm going to apply this setback because of the way you're arranged. You're not in the middle of a crowd though, so there's that. Let me just go ahead and double check what he's going to throw at you.
I mean, do they have to really be there? Because I think it would make more sense for Ragesh to make contact without the person who would be.
Well, then this
easier
We're
to-
Bounty Hunters is just you and Torty.
There's nothing wrong with that. We can say we've got associates.
All right, then go ahead and roll. I'm still going to have to find a stat block, though.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, bounty hunters aren't always going to show their full force.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. It just changes the situation. I should really bookmark this thing. So it is going to be a charm check, basically to make introductions. And that is going to be against...
It wouldn't be a deception check.
Yeah, it would be deception, silly me. And that's your forte. Don't know why I didn't... All right. It's going to be 3 red, and this is because I'm flipping. And... Okay, yeah, nope, just 3 red by itself.
Okay. By itself. Torty, can I get some in-skill assistance? Like, you just look
yeah,
menacing. You've got your
I
big
do my
cybernetic
best.
arm now, right?
A lumbering Duro, oh no.
Yeah, no, I would definitely try and provide assistance. I only have 3 ranks, so I think you are
Yeah, I've
higher
got
than
more,
me at this
but
point.
the boost will help. And then I flipped, so here goes.
All right, so Gantel nods, turns towards you, and he waves off Weequay he was talking with earlier. He says, "All right, so what do you want?"
Well, Aaron Shed's head on a platter is what we're going for our employer. Unfortunately, part of our deal with our employer is to keep his name out of it. He's very discreet. However, he wants Aaron Shen dead.
Gantel pricks up an eyebrow and says, "I haven't heard anything about Aaron. I mean, I knew he was here. What Aaron do to get a bounty on his head?"
That I'm not too sure of, but I don't ask questions. I get the job and just go through with it.
All right.
It's not my job to ask questions, it's my job to get credits.
He used to be a pretty bigwig bureaucrat on this city until that Calrissian fellow came in and started cleaning house of all the more corrupt individuals. If I had to guess, that's probably why the bounty's there, though I don't know why Calrissian just doesn't deal with it himself. Never mind. He's probably got a pretty wide contact of people on this place, which means he probably has a lot of places to go to ground if he knows you're looking for him. All I can really give you is the location of his businesses down in the industrial level and his address, but both are probably well guarded.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take whatever information you can give us.
All right, so he does give you... Let me just make sure I tag these pages so I don't have to flip through them forever. He does give you the location of some of Aaron Shen's early industrial entrepreneurial efforts, not industrial efforts, down in the industrial sector of Cloud City, and he also gives you his address in the upper city, the nice top portion with all the towers.
Okay, I toss him 1,000 credits and I say, if this information pans out, you'll get another 1,000. So is there anything else you want to tell us before we head out?
Not much I can tell you, aside from what I already did. However, I do have a question I'd prefer answered. And he leans in and says, "You're a proprietor, happen to know anything about the Jewel of Yavin?"
Nope.
The what?
Jewel, he almost repeats himself, but then goes, alright then. Well, be on your way. I ain't got much else for you.
Alright.
Okay, so you now have 2 probable locations where Shem might be. His residence or his businesses.
I almost think it would have been a good idea to try and get this guy to come with us. But what's done is done.
Yeah, that would be too much
It was just a
meta.
thought I had.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
if Chim were actually there, then
It was
yeah.
just a thought I had.
I agree with you, but yeah, that would be too much meta. So, all right, Ragesh and Torty.
I vote we check out.
Yeah, I don't think he would be at his house because I think more people would know about his house versus his businesses.
Oh, And when you actually get the addresses, you notice that the Shen's residence that Gantel tells you is not the same place you went to meet him when he arranged the job for you.
Oh, okay. That's a very good detail. Okay.
Interesting.
So you technically have 3 locations.
You know what? I'm going to say then we go to the residence because people would know his business. We obviously know the other place that he sent us, but he's not going to know that we know this third place. So let's go there.
All right. So you're able. Actually, just with just Chim Chim by itself, and this is you traveling up to the upper city. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check with your 1 cunning now, since you're kind of compensating for rock. Just an average difficulty with 1 boost.
Okay. So I'm rolling it, but this is rocks in my combined.
Yeah, and so your stalker thing still isn't coming into account. It's just it makes more sense since you're kind of the head.
That sounds good to me.
And by the way, guys, the other plan that I have is that once we locate him, what I want to do is actually make him think that we're bounty hunters that are there to help him. So maybe that's what we tell the guards or whoever we get to first. And then if we have to start chopping heads, we do that as a last resort. But I want to kind of keep posing as bounty hunters, but with different... You guys get what I'm saying, though, right?
Yes.
I understand, but then what's your end game when we finally get to Aaron Shen?
Then we
Are you
take him
getting
out.
bounty hunters to help you.
Well, that's
Okay,
when we take him
go
out,
ahead.
but we use that as a cover to get close to him.
All right.
And just
Rock
imagine
wants
how
first
surprised-
shot at him.
All right, so you are able to make it up to a nice spire in the upper city, and you enter this nice concourse. It looks like this is probably where a lot of luxury apartments are. However, when you reach the top floor, you notice that the concourse is pretty much empty, and there are several pretty shabby-looking armed guards patrolling the area. There are 2 of them blocking a single door, and 2 more are just patrolling the hallway, and they don't seem to pay you any mind at the moment, but they have noticed you.
Okay. I'm gonna walk right up to them, and they're guarding where we know Aaron is, or we think Aaron is, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna walk right up to those and just say, "Bounty hunters at Aaron Shen's service."
The guard's eyebrow peeks up, and he says, "Have you been requested?"
No, but we've got it on good authority that he's looking for the Jewel of Yavin, and we might have some leads.
The guard appears quite confused, and he gestures towards a lounge area back where the elevator is, basically about short range. No, medium range, because he wants to be out of earshot, and he says, I gotta call this in first.
And how many guards are there?
4 currently that you see in the hallway.
And yeah, before we walk away, I just want to get like a quick scan of the area. I mean, not computer scan, but just, checking the area out. Like, is it the door to an apartment building? What sort of complex are we looking at?
You mean just the doors into the residence, or?
Yeah.
It looks like it's a nice piece of fine wood, but it probably wouldn't hold up. If you're wondering if Rock could probably punch it down, you'd know it. He could.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's a very pretty door, but boy, would he ruin it.
Well, before we walk away, I'm almost like, shit, should we just jump these guys and just rush up there? Or, I mean, what do you guys think?
Let him call it in,
Better to err on the side of caution.
and we'll get ready to pounce.
Okay.
You notice the guard talk a bit into a comm link, and then you see him shake his head. He looks back at you. He nods. He looks back at the comm link, shakes his head again, nods again, and then finally knocks at the door once, and then walks towards you. You don't see anything come out of the door. You just see him knock on it before he walks towards you, and he says, "We're how is he gonna say this? Mistress Shen is going to need to confirm this," and he actually pulls out a hololink. Yeah, you know, that little spherical thing.
Mhm.
And he pulls it up and he gestures it towards you, and it suddenly projects an image of Eris Shen, Aaron Shen's daughter.
Okay. And I'm going to feign ignorance and just be like, my employer said that you were a man.
Your employer is thinking of my father, who is currently indisposed. I'm currently dealing with all of his business contacts for the foreseeable future.
Oh, I see. Well, we are here at your service. We have some leads on the Jewel of Yavin and the group that took them.
How did you come across this information?
We're bounty hunters. That's what we do. 3 of them have bounties, outstanding bounties, even before the one that was placed on them by Lando Calrissian.
You kind of seen her lean back and cross her arms. This is, I'm going to need more than that to believe you, sir. My father is a very paranoid individual.
Well, I guess, trying to think here. Oh, I know. I'm thinking aloud, but maybe we can try to think if there's a way that we could find like, no, that's not going to work. Never mind. Well, I'll just ask her, what more information do you need? Oh, I know. Um, contact my employer here, and I give contact details, but it's to the broker. But I'm going to flip a destiny point and say it's to the broker's special line, so the broker knows that when we need to get, like, confirmation, the broker knows how to present himself. So it's not like he's saying, oh, it's just the broker here.
Okay, so you're basically gesturing, you're basically showing them your employer.
Yeah.
Who can, all right. So, I'm going to say this is a conversation that takes place between Eris and the broker off screen.
Mhm.
Eris returns and says, your credentials seem strong enough, but I wonder, why have you come here offering your services and have not simply brought the Jewel of Yavin in expecting payment?
Well, we could use a little bit more information on the parties involved. We have the 3 that had bounties, but we're unfamiliar with the members or the others that they're with at this moment.
She goes, yes, that can be arranged. And she looks back at the hologram, suddenly turns around to face the guy holding the player. She says, give these men all the data my father made available regarding the perpetrators of the break-in. And he nods and keys up a data pad, and he starts gesturing to see if you have one he can transfer the information into.
Okay.
All right, and then he gets it and starts to transfer, and you see that this information is surprisingly, there's a lot of information that you don't think they should have. They have you Yeah, they have you in your Pantoran disguise. But they actually have Rogesh Vai under the name.
Okay.
And they have everyone else in their standard appearance and attire.
All right.
And she turns back to you and says, deliver the men here if you're able to capture them, and I'll take care of the rest.
Okay. All right. So I'm thinking maybe we should contact the other group and capture, in air quotes, the most like combat effective one, and say that we caught one, and then once we deliver them, then we spring our own trap. What do you guys think?
Well, you have Rock here.
Well,
You
I'm saying
totally
is
say
that,
it
but
caught
we.
me.
Oh, right, right, exactly. We say that we've captured the droid, and we'll put a fake restraining bolt on him.
I have those.
If you think you need a cool check in reaction to this information, it's just going to be an average one.
We could totally.
Are we currently?
Is Rock and Chim Chim even in the room?
Well, I imagine we're in the room with them. I don't
Yeah.
think I saw the information.
Okay.
No, no, no.
guys.
I mean, I saw the information, and I'm cool as a cucumber.
Fair enough. Was that average check you just pulled for the air vents searching, Taylor? I've
Oh,
lost
no.
track. Oh,
I
okay,
didn't make
okay.
a
That
roll.
was just the stealth check.
The stealth.
All right.
Can I look for air vents?
Yeah, it's just going to be an average vigilance check.
Ooh, vigilance. Okay. Oh, actually, that's pretty good.
So yeah, let's.
All right. Yeah.
You notice there are a couple of air vents in the main lounge. However, they are inordinately tall, small, and they even have filters over the grates. They like their air clean here, and it
Yeah.
shows.
So yeah, let's head out and act like we're doing our thing. Make sure that we stay careful and make sure that we're not being tailed, and then we bring Rock to the destination point. But before we do
Well,
that,
let-
maybe we can have Chim Chim stake it out and be in hiding as a sniper.
I love that idea. I was saying, since we're going to have to make it seem like it takes us some time to capture one of them, we should go check out the warehouse.
That would
To see if
that
he's
would just
there.
seem a little fishy though, because now that they know us, why would we be heading to a warehouse where Aaron Shent might be? Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's if we're being tailed. If we are being followed, they're going to see me dismount Rock and you guys put the thing on him and see that he was with you all along.
Well, so this is my thing though. I think that if we can get Rock there as a hostage, when they take him in with the restraining bolt, I'm hoping that they'll either take them in or take him in to Eris or maybe even Aaron. But if we only get to Eris, we fight and take her captive, forcing Aaron to us.
Well, I was thinking, or we could kill her, and that'd be pretty good revenge against him.
But that wouldn't give us our money back.
Or we kill both and then just because before the end of last session, Alro said JB said that he gave Jokin the information to access the account again,
Oh, yeah.
so that he could siphon the money out of it. Should we be in the event that we're double crossed? So
What did Alro give you?
Alro
Give
gave Jokin. So when you siphon the money from the account, there were the two accounts, Macron's or Aaron's. He siphoned the money into Aaron's account, into Aaron Shen's account, but he gave Jokin the information to access that account again.
Yeah, I remember
In the
that.
event that Alro is not.
He may be able to view the account, but he can't deal with it. It was only a one-way transfer. Because it's like you were given the account number, but none of the security information.
All right. I don't think Alro mentioned or voiced that properly, because that was my understanding was that he gave Jokin pretty much the keys to the kingdom to get into that account.
If
He
I
didn't
did
have
not
to.
adjudicate that at the moment properly, then that's on me. However, the only thing Auro could have given was the account number, which means you can probably look at it. You can't do anything with it.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And
money
if
into the
if
account.
Auro said that and I just let it go, then I'm sorry. That is on me. But no.
All right, that's fine then. Then yeah, we take his daughter hostage, we force him to give us the money, and then we kill him.
Sounds good to me.
You know, actually,
Unless there are any
we
objections
don't
to that.
necessarily have to kill him though, because we can take everything. And the problem is, if we kill them, they might have another person in their organization or another relative, and that just creates like a huge obligation. I'm almost thinking that if we keep them alive, we can keep them kind of.
Actually, Tommy, if we let them live, they're going to buy their time to retaliate. So we're getting a boatload of obligation either way. Because if we let them live, they know who we are, and so they just go, okay, we're going to just up the bounties and we're going to gun for these people because they took everything from us.
Yeah.
If we kill them, then at least the head of the organization is cut off, and it's more difficult for them to try to mount any sort of effective effort to stop us or detain us or capture us.
Yeah. Taylor, what were you saying?
Well, so think about this. Think about this. If we kidnap the daughter, hold her for ransom for just our cut, our pre-agreed upon cut of the money, and we don't kill her and we don't kill him, we just leave with only what was promised to us, that kind of sets a tone that we made a deal, we forced him to follow the deal, but we didn't take any retaliatory action. That kind of, I feel like that's the people you don't fuck with.
Yeah, I like
Are
that.
the ones who could kill you or kill those close to you,
Yeah.
but instead they only take what's promised to them.
Right. And then, of course, I am going to leave some anonymous information for her husband so that her husband knows exactly what she did, so he can deal with that.
That's actually going to have to be its own check by itself to kind of seed the information for Vorse to deal with.
Tommy, when you do that, leave some anonymous information for Lando about Aaron Shen.
Yeah.
Because he needs to, like, even though we force him into sticking to the deal, he needs to know that there are consequences to his actions when he tries to double cross people, and that we could have butchered him, but he's not getting off scot-free, and he's not getting away with just the original deal. There's blowback on him.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to think how Ragesh would actually handle this, like, in character. I think normally he would be all bloodthirsty, but after he killed that one guy, he's probably feeling a little bit like, ugh, less bloodthirsty.
That's fine. You don't have to be bloodthirsty. Let Rock be bloodthirsty for the entire group. He's more than happy to just scorched earth this entire.
Well, no. But what I mean is just in terms of consequences.
Take everything, and then leave.
Because this guy could also be someone that we lean on later on, and put pressure on for other things. Because he's obviously a very powerful individual with a lot of connections. So I think in some ways it might be better for us to keep him alive.
And not have him against us.
And also, too, like, I mean, he's probably going to let people know, yeah, don't fuck with these guys. I tried it, and I would say we make it very clear that, you know, we could have killed him, but we didn't.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In that case, then Rock's going to kill, like, if there are any guards, Rock's going to kill them.
No, don't
just
kill
to show
the guards.
Just how
I mean,
easily.
take his hand off or something.
Oh, jeez. You know what? I'll do I'm going to say a leg. Or no. I'll take his right arm off. Just his right arm. Like at the shoulder,
Well, we'll
clean
see how
cut.
it plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out.
There's no point to making plans far as that right
That's
now.
true.
We'll
That's
see how
true.
it plays out.
Okay.
We may never even come into physical contact with him and just get the money transferred to us and then release his daughter.
Right.
Okay. So a lot of good ideas being thrown about, but what are you doing to boil it down into something I can throw rules at?
I don't know if we should. I mean, Torty, what do you think in terms of going to the warehouse?
Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of okay with either way. We're looking for Aaron, correct? That's his name?
Yes, Aaron Shen.
Okay. Um, and he might be at the warehouse, but we don't know. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I feel like, and I totally respect the
Yeah.
idea, Taylor, but I also think the warehouse could be an extra complication when we already have an in with Eris, and we can deliver rock to her. So I kind of feel like we should just go with that plan and see what happens.
Okay. And did you ever bring up the idea of maybe telling Vorse and Calrissian about them?
Yeah.
Okay, so Macron is actually going to say, that sounds like my area of expertise. I can do that while you guys are busy trying to get Aaron personally for this.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, Macron immediately leaves with the goal of getting Vorse and Calrissian set against the Shens.
Okay.
So now it's just the four of you.
So yeah, let's get you into position, Chim Chim.
All right, where do you guys? What's a good vantage point to see? I'd like slight elevation, and if possible, and a clear line of sight into their, at least into the lobby area, if that's possible.
Into Aaron Shen's apartment, right?
Yeah, to be like in a sniper's position.
Oh wait, I thought that we were. Is that where we're rendezvousing once we deliver rock? I wasn't clear where that was.
Well, just from what I was hearing, it sounded like you wanted Chim Chim to have oversight on the meeting you have with the Shens when you deliver rock to them, which is, as far as you can tell, going to be in his apartment.
Okay. But I was actually thinking of having him where we actually deliver him. But I get the hint that you're trying to tell us, so yes, we'll do that.
Well, I'm not trying to drop a hint. That's just what I thought you were trying to do. Because in order for him to have oversight, well, you wouldn't know. You haven't seen the inside of the apartment yet. So it just seems like he would have to be in an exterior location to fire into the apartment.
Okay, I guess a better question is, where is the place they want us to deliver rock?
Here, the apartment that you tried to get into, but that you haven't gone into yet.
Got it. Okay, then yes.
Okay, so in order to get Shim's question is answered with, you're going to actually have to be in a whole nother tower.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll. It's not that hard because it's just all exterior. No. It's going to be two checks. One, to locate the windows for the apartment you're trying to get into from the outside. And then another check to locate which building would be the best that would give Chim oversight but also range, so we could actually shoot. So for locating the windows, it's going to be a hard education check.
Oh, man. Okay.
What kind of check is it again?
Hard education, because you need to calculate this. If only you had Balkan, who's great at counting windows.
I'll try it, and I'll do. Does anyone else have education?
I am going to do two things here. I am going to flip to upgrade it once, and I'm also going to add 2 setback due to the fact you actually haven't seen the outside from the perspective of the apartment yet. So you have to do a bit of extra guessing.
Okay.
I have no intelligence and no education.
Torty, do you have any education?
No, my only knowledge skill is Underworld.
Okay, give me 1 second. My stats here.
3 intellect.
Definitely flip, though.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'll use Clever Solution, and I'll flip.
Ah.
And what was the difficulty again?
1 red, 2 purple, 2 black.
1 red, 2 purple, 2 black. Okay. And let's see. And I will get unskilled assistance from, we'll say that Torty's kind of helping me count out the windows and all that stuff.
Oh,
Noise.
you know what? That'll do you just fine. You're able to locate that it is on the 90th floor, facing the southeast, and it has a specific bulge in the tower because Aaron Chen has more money than the other people who own these apartments, and that's poo-poo for them. Now, in order to locate a tower where Chim Chim would be able to provide Overwatch, that is actually going to be an average streetwise check, but you will get 2 boosts to help locate it, and I'm going to flip again to upgrade it. There's no
Alright.
setback, just 1 red and a purple.
1 red and a purple. Okay.
I'm pretty good at streetwise.
How many ranks do you have?
3.
All right, cool. Let's blend them, and because I've got 5 characteristic to put to it.
Okay. Yeah, I only have a 4.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and you can roll it since you've got the
All right.
skill in it, and you know.
So you said 2 boosts,
Yes, 2 boosts.
and then average difficulty, so 2 purple.
1 red, 1 purple. He upgraded
Oh,
it.
he upgraded. Okay.
And go ahead and upgrade just in. Well, no, we don't need to upgrade.
Okay. Yeah, we totally don't.
Okay, you are able to notice that on the 93rd floor of a business tower nearby, Chim Chim would have a perfect Overwatch range. Now you have a bit of a problem of putting him in position.
Yep. Well,
Just jump.
so is today a business day or is it still like dawn twilight? What time is it?
It is early morning. So I'm going to say, in order to make it relative time, probably about 6:30.
And then is it a business day?
Given that the race was on, I'm going to say it will be unless you flip a destiny point.
I'll flip a destiny point.
Okay. Then it is what you could probably call a Sunday here. So now the building probably isn't that occupied, but it's also closed.
That's fine. I just need to break in and try. Ooh, are there any air vents outside now of this place? I know they'll have filters. I'll break a filter on this one. That won't be as noticed.
Well, there are air vents that go all over the city, but the buildings might do an. I'm going to think this is an education check. Either that, or you would burn time with a vigilance, actually searching for them. Which one would you want to do?
But
Oh,
we have some time to kill, don't we?
Yeah,
Do
we've
you?
got time to kill. Well, remember, because we said that we're out looking for this guy, but actually we're setting this all up. So yeah.
so yeah, I'd rather take the time and make a vigilance check.
All right. So taking all the time you need, it's just going to be a hard vigilance check.
Okay.
And I'll give you unskilled assistance.
Thanks.
How many ranks of vigilance do you have, actually?
2
Okay.
with a 2 willpower.
Samesies.
Aw.
Advantage.
You're probably able to
wait.
figure that the buildings have self-contained ventilation systems.
What if I re-roll that?
If you could, I guess I'd just let that be an omission then.
Yep, natural hunter. I can re-roll any perception or vigilance.
Very well. Then forget what I just said
Strike it from the record.
until you roll one advantage
There we
again.
go.
Nice.
All right. You do learn that the buildings have self-contained ventilation systems. However, there is a central chamber that connects to the wind tunnel that keeps the entire city ventilated. The nice open chamber that Rogesh remembers using when he was making his escape from the Wing Guard in episode 2.
He should have just told us.
Well, the problem is the chamber itself is very easy to find, but but the many connections it makes with the other buildings in the city are labyrinthine.
Okay, I'll have that.
Labyrinthine.
I'll save that as an escape route then. And I'll just let's see. Is there like a back door or a side door that I could just break in through?
Yes. The bottom floors appear to be a shopping center with the businesses layered on top. So there actually are several entrances and exits.
Oh, great. Then I just kind of want to sneak in and try to make my way up to the 93rd floor.
All right. However, you doing this means that Rock now only has his robe to conceal him.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna give them when I go
That's
inside
okay.
behind one of my restraining bolts. Obviously switched off or whatever.
So Rock thinks.
Can you put on just a restraining bolt that's switched off? Anyway,
Can't you,
I'll
don't
think
you
about that while we're
program
doing
those
this part.
anyway? Aren't those programmed anyway to sort of?
Well, I know in Desperate Allies there's one introduced that specifically introduces an order, while all of the restraining bolts just makes the droid obey orders and not probably harm the owner.
That's not what we want on Rock.
All right. So while I'm puzzling that out for my own sake, getting in is probably not that hard. You only really have to get past the door and probably the cleaning droids you see scurrying about inside that are getting the place ready for opening. Since the bottom floors do probably service on bank holidays.
Yeah.
So, to open the door, that is going to be an average skullduggery check. And if you don't have any...
I can help
Does
with
it
that.
have... Yeah. I'm going to give you one setback for not having the proper tools, unless you do.
I do not.
Okay, then one setback, but you will get a boost from Rogesh.
For what?
Oh, I mean, I can open it for him, is what I'm saying.
Ah.
So, what was the difficulty again?
Hard.
Okay. Any upgrades?
No, not in this case.
All right. And so I'll have Chim Chim give me a boost. I remove the setback on skullduggery.
Whoa.
Okay. Rogesh is able to slick the lock open. Jimmy it. He's able to jimmy the lock. And so Chim Chim is able to easily secrete himself inside. Ew, that's the wrong choice of words. He's easily able to get inside. Is easily able to get inside. Now to just avoid the cleaning droids and probably make your way into the private ventilation system to get all the way up. That's going to be... they're not really paying attention to you, so an average stealth check, and I'll give you a boost, which I doubt you even need, but there you go.
Oh, I love boosts. Let's see if I can get some triumphs and whatnots.
Nice.
Double triumph.
This is going to help you on your next check. However, while I'm doing that, I'm going to need Rock to give me a stealth check against 2 red and a purple.
Uh-oh.
Did you just flip 2 destiny points? Oh,
No, just flip one.
okay. Fair enough.
All right, you guys be ready to lie and say that you've already captured him and you're delivering him to the police if he gets recognized.
All right. Okay, he failed. I'm going to put that aside for a moment. For Chim Chim, to make it up to the point where you can provide Overwatch on the Shen's apartment, it is going to be an athletics check. You can get 2 free upgrades because you found an error vent that actually would propel you upwards a bit.
Okay.
Due to the difference in pressure. But it is going to be a hard athletics check.
Okay. I'm gonna flip for this, guys. Athletics is not my speciality. Yes.
Oof.
All right. Take 3 strain,
Whoa.
Taking
and this is
3
actually reduced. But you are now in position. All you really have to do is blow out the window, which you might want to save until you actually need to start shooting.
Yes.
So now back down on the ground floor. I'm going to say Rogesh. This is kind of happening at the same time. Chim Chim is climbing the building. So Rogesh is probably in between just opening the lock for Chim Chim and Rock and Torty. So currently Torty and Rock are by themselves, with Rogesh getting closer. When actually you see... What's your range defense, Rock?
1 range defense.
Okay, so 1 setback.
Um,
Do you have anything that would upgrade a ranged attack?
No.
And honestly, and I'm going to be saying this through the comms, if you get shot at, Rock, just take the shots, because we've got you under control. We need them to think that you are, locked down.
Will do.
All right, so with that knowledge in mind, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
And if anyone asks about the cloak, it's like, well, we didn't want anyone else to take our bounty.
Okay, so you got hit. Oh, he can't activate that. All right, so it's just going to be 13 stun damage, which I think just matches your soak.
No. My soak's 11, so...
Okay. So, what Torty sees is a blue ball of light sling itself at Rock's back, and then just spark all over his chassis as it passes through his cloak.
where did that come from?
Turning back, you see there is a small group of surprisingly heavily armed people approaching you. The leader, who appears to be more decked out than the rest, seems to be carrying a modified ion rifle.
So I see this and I yell, hey, that's my bounty. We've got a restraining bolt on him.
Do we?
If they do, it'd be hidden under the cloak, so they couldn't immediately see it.
Right, I just wasn't sure if we had actually attached it yet.
I thought Chimchim
No.
did. I thought that's what you said, Taylor.
Well, he left it. He didn't say
He gave it to us. We never actually said we
Oh,
were putting that
okay.
in yet.
Yeah. In fact, the response you get is actually the leader shakes his head and he says, "Not anymore, it ain't. This is Caltho's prize."
Okay.
I'm going to look at Rogesh and go, Master, kill?
All right, sounds like you need to roll that initiative.
Sure.
Hold
I
on,
say
man.
yes.
Asking a question.
I say
Well,
yes. Yep.
One side is going to commit to fighting. Has already committed since they shot you. Okay.
That's Rock's vigilance.
Who would like that +1 GM assistance XP? Because I have enough things I need to sort right in front of me.
Ooh, can't be me. Sorry.
I'm pretty free at the moment.
Awesome.
So yeah, just go ahead. You might need to use the scratch tab instead of the actual initiative tab, since 2 teams probably have their own initiative they need to sort out.
Are
If
we?
it's, I can do that if you need, but otherwise I have just paper and a pencil in front of me, and I can just keep listing off and keep track if that's okay.
All right, yeah. If that's what you want to do, feel free. I just need someone to do it for me.
We're rolling vigilance, right?
Yeah.
Or
you
cool,
didn't see this
right?
coming.
Because I mean, we saw this coming.
They already opened fire, though.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming.
I mainly just gave you a couple of incidentals to talk.
Oh, I see. Okay, I have to re-roll that then.
I'm rolling vigilance anyway, but
2 and 1. All right, Vulcan, I'm ready for yours. Or Jack, sorry.
Okay. First up, we have...
Tommy, what was that one?
His first one didn't count. He used the wrong skill.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Here's the first two.
All right.
Thrilling.
0.2. Is it just those two, or there we
No,
go?
no. There's
1.1.
one more after this one I just rolled. I just have to double check.
Okay.
So one more.
Yeah, one more, and this is it.
Ooh.
It looks like
Someone's
I
gonna have
ended up
adversaries.
winning the top slot.
Okay, so it goes. I'll type out the order. Just give me 1 second. Make sure that's correct. Yes. Okay. So it will go NPC. How do I do is it shift enter? There it is. NPC, PC, 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 and then 3 NPCs.
So PC. Time to get all the information down for these guys. Okay, so the leader who
Chim will say over
already
comms.
the leader who already shot Rock over the distance is going to aim and try and shoot him again. He's actually somewhat surprised the ion bolt didn't take him down in one shot.
And how far away?
He appears to be medium. I'm also going to say that Rogesh is short. Actually, you know what? That doesn't. I already had it ruled as medium, so yeah, he's medium. Rogesh can be short away from Rock and Tori are engaged with one another. So technically, he's halfway from long from Rogesh.
Wait, so that makes him what?
I guess it
Rogesh?
still counts as long until you get to medium, but you're just one maneuver away from getting him into medium.
Okay, so Ragesh is at long, Rock and Tordy are at medium.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, and he hits again for 12 damage, and he is actually going to deal a stun pulse, which does. Okay, yeah, it's 4. So 12 damage, and then 4 that ignores your soak. So I think that's 5 total. You have to take a strain.
Oh, I didn't even know that long-range weapons had a stun pulse capability. Okay. Wow.
How does it lower my soak?
It doesn't lower your soak; it ignores it.
Yeah, their stun pulses ignore soak. I
Okay, so
had
how
no
much
idea
is
that
it?
ranged weapons had that.
It's 12 strain damage that you can mitigate with your soak, and then it's
All right.
4 extra strain damage that just ignores it.
I'm going to use my second wind incidental to heal 2 of that strain. So I'm at
All right.
5.
Okay.
And then it's PC?
Yes, it's actually
Then it's
all of
PC.
you.
All right, Rock's going to kill. It's 2 maneuvers to get from. It's 2 maneuvers to get to medium, right?
It's 2. If you want to engage with him, it's let's see, 1 to medium to short, and then another from short to engage. So you need to spend 2 maneuvers to get engaged with him.
All right, yeah, I'm getting engaged with him, and then I'm going to murder him. Axe in hand.
Yeah, and plus, Chim
Spending-
would probably want to stay undercover anyway, for the moment.
Spending 3 strain for frenzied blows. Yeah. Let's head to upgrade. So what is his defense?
His melee defense is 1, but he does have adversary 2.
Okay. Time for him to die. Should I natural brawler that?
No, save it for a failure, dude.
All right. So that's going to be 6, 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. That's going to be 18 pierce. Yeah, 18 pierce 4, and I'm going to be able to crit plus 80.
Jesus.
And that's only with one advantage. The reason I consider is if I get more, I can easily crit over 120, which
Yeah,
would be
I would
awesome.
say save it.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I had to go look at something. How much damage was that?
18 pierce 4 with a
18
gore
is
howl.
4, so it's okay. All right, yeah, you can go ahead and roll that crit.
Crit plus 80, so
103.
103.
It is actually 83.
Okay.
Winded. Until the end of the encounter, the target cannot voluntarily suffer strain to activate any abilities or gain additional maneuvers. All right.
All right, and I am at 1 under my strain.
That's a really powerful crit for people that parry or use reflect. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I just wish I had rolled higher so I could possibly have just freaking killed him, because that would be a little more beneficial right now.
Yeah, but that's not how it should be happening.
I'll shoot him.
All right. You do have the upgrade for an ally and engaged, and he's adversary 2, so that's 2 red and a purple.
Yeah.
Along with 1 black die.
He's at medium range.
Yes.
Okay, so are there 4 guys or are there minion groups?
You see a total of 8 people.
8 people.
Including the person Rock is currently thrashing.
Okay. All right. Anything distinctive from the other people that aren't with him? Like, is there anything that would make somebody stand out?
I'm not going to count this as your action, but go ahead and roll an average perception check.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Average?
Yes.
Wah.
These guys appear to be especially armed for dealing with droids, but you can't make out anything specific that would help you perhaps plan out your attack.
How many people are there?
Fine.
There's 8 total.
Eight total, including I'm assuming the leader that's engaged with Rock.
Yes.
Okay, no, I'll go ahead, I'll take a shot at that guy even though he's engaged with Rock. And you said it's adversary 2?
Yeah, so it's
All
2
right.
red and a purple,
2
and
red
1
and a
black
purple.
die.
1 black for defense, I assume?
Yeah.
Alright, so... Oh, jeez. Alright, my blaster has a black already. Quick draw to pull it out. Let's see. I'm gonna move it. Actually, yeah, that's okay. I'm actually gonna take a maneuver to move closer, so I'm at short range.
All right. If you do that, then I am going to flip.
Okay.
To upgrade it again, which changes it to, let's see, 1 red, another. Okay, now it's still 2 reds and a purple with that. That flipped upgrade.
Right. Okay. And then. Yeah, I won't do anything else yet. Alright, here we go. No.
Well, the good news is you don't hit Rock.
Right, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pass a boost to Rogesh. Well, the next person to go, which will be Rogesh. So that's 1 advantage. Can I use the other 2 advantage to take cover? Is that a 2 advantage thing?
I think you can. Yes, add setback to targeted character's next check.
Okay.
So yeah, perform an immediate free maneuver. That is not. Oh, but you've already taken. No, you haven't.
No, I only took 1.
So yeah, you can perform an immediate free maneuver.
Okay, but so if I'm taking cover, can I just use those?
That's you count as a maneuver. Yeah, you can do it.
Can I just do it to give myself a setback without using a maneuver?
No.
No. Okay.
You can have one of them get a setback to shooting you, but that's
okay. One person, but not everybody.
Yeah.
Then. All right, I will pick. Let's see.
Actually, I'm actually not going to use an action for my next round, or for my turn, so keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then whoever goes next will get the boost. I'm still going to do that with the 1
Okay.
advantage, and then I'm just not sure what to do with 2 because I don't have any strain to recover yet. Let's see. Would it be the next person who attacks me gets the setback? Is that how that works, or would I have to pick one specifically? I'll pick whoever had that bigger vigilance pool, the green and yellow.
Yeah, I think it actually the to the targeted character's next check. Yeah, so you get to pick.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do whoever had the green and yellow vigilance check. That's the only way I know the difference.
The 1 green and the yellow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. He
And
hasn't gone
then
yet.
now I'm going to take a second maneuver to sidestep, which will give me 2 strain. And actually, it'll give me more strain because sidestep is strain additionally. I will sidestep twice, so it'll be 4 strain total. Or 2 ranks of sidestep, I should say. It's not actually sidestepping twice. So an attack against me will have 2 upgrades. Ranged attack.
All right. Okay, now it's Ragesh.
All right, so I actually need to look up the long description of this because I want to use distracting behavior, but it doesn't make sense because it's saying until the beginning of the next turn, but then that means that it's a complete waste if I use it because the person already went. So I just want to...
Can't you only really do that with people who are engaged with you anyway?
I've got 3 ranks in it, so I can do it at engaged.
What's the source book? I'll look it up real quick.
It's Far Horizons.
Yeah, I'm looking at the page right now, so...
Oh, okay. That's good because I don't have the Far Horizons book.
Okay, make until the beginning of the character's next turn, so... okay, that works then. Good. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to take 1 maneuver to get closer into range. And you said that I was in midway, so I'm already at medium now?
Yes, taking 1 maneuver, you are at medium.
Okay, and then I'll use my action to take maneuver, and I will do distracting behavior on... So I whistle and go, "Hey, that's my bounty, fucker, rah!" And to get the guy's attention. So this is on the leader, and now he's got an automatic 2 threats on his roll.
Somehow you're able to successfully distract the guy who's in the fight of his life against the murder bot. The currently justified murder bot, but murder bot. Alright, so NPC. The guy who's more lightly armed than the one that Rock is currently beating up spends a maneuver to pull out a weapon from his cloak and takes aim at Rock, even if he risks hitting his captain, my captain. So that's going to be... He's actually engaged, so that's going to make it a bit more difficult. But upgrade because of the captain. Rock has 1 range defense. Okay, let's see. I'm going to flip.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of strain, Rock. Crap.
Yeah, but the guy.
Ooh, he hits. Oh, but you're gonna like this. He does 12 strain damage to you.
So I am at threshold.
You're not down.
No,
yes,
but I will
it
be when the
appears-
next one shoots me.
Yes, it appears he had an ion blaster in his coat. But that's all he can do. Now, the other men that surround you, they... What are they going to do? Okay, they can't. So they actually put more attention on the shouting of Rogesh and Torty and the shooting of Torty. So they actually focus on you guys. One of them is going to aim at Rogesh. What can you do against range checks? I know you can do a lot.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm I'm going to tuck and roll on that, so he'll need 6 successes to hit.
He has no hope. Do you have any range defense?
Yes, actually, 1 range defense.
Okay. He misses. All right, and the other group is going to aim at Torty.
Upgraded twice from sidestep.
Yes. So that's just going to... And you moved into short,
I
right?
did move into short to Rock and the leader.
Okay, so that's going to be a red and a purple. And I got your setback. Okay. It's the same pool. He misses as... They miss as well. All right. So now we're at the top of the order. The one currently engaged with Rock, he actually drops his ion-modified rifle when you get into engage, and he quick draws his vibro knife. And he's going to try and play punchies with you, much to his peril.
Oh, I like it when people try to play punchies with me.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what do you have against melee?
3 melee defense.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm going to flip to upgrade.
Nice.
It just clatters and chinks against your armor. He is going to spend that advantage to get a boost on... to give a boost on the next allied character's check.
Is this the guy that got 2 threats on his next roll from...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's got...
Oh, you're right. So he
Yeah,
only has
thank you.
1 threat, so never mind. He'll just take that of strain.
Good catch, Taylor.
All right, so I'll take the next one if no one minds.
Yep, go for it.
Yep, just adversary 2 and the 1 melee defense.
Oh.
So here's natural brawler time.
Now I'm natural brawlering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Triumph.
Oh,
Yes, anyway.
Shit.
But so that's gonna be 20 damage, pierce 4.
Oh, he's out.
He's dead. Now I'm gonna use those 3 advantage to heal strain.
Nice.
All right.
I was going to say critical him. Really, really just fucking tear him to shreds in front of his men.
I think the strain's more important right now.
The strain is far more important, but I kind of already did. That's the most damage I've done with this axe to date.
Nice.
All right. Leader is out.
Leader is currently in 2 different places at once.
So we've
Yeah,
got
I
2
re-
groups of 4 then left?
No, there's a...
It's 2 groups of 3 and 1 guy solo.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, 2 more PCs can go before the rest
Alright,
of them.
I'm gonna shoot at whoever shot at me. I think it was a minion group.
Yeah, minion group.
Alright.
Just the range penalty, nothing else.
What the
1
defense?
purple die.
Oh, 1 purple. Okay.
Range difficulty, not penalty. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I got you. All right, I'm gonna aim.
No, just take away from the bottom because these guys need a crutch as it is.
Yeah, normally you take from the bottom anyway. All right, so I'm gonna add another. I'm gonna aim once. Let's see. Do I want it? I won't aim twice. Here we go.
Nice.
All right, and I actually have 2 advantage because of superior.
All right.
So it will be 13 damage, pierce 1, and no, that's why. Let me just double check. I don't have enough to critical, even if I wanted to, so I will regain 2 strain.
Okay. You are able to take out one of them, and you wound another.
Okay.
Good job.
And Rogesh.
All right, I'm going to move and take a maneuver to move into short range. I'm going to quick draw my whip and I'm going to lash it out at the guy who's kind of standing apart from the groups. So I guess like the lieutenant or something. And what are his defenses or adversary?
The guy who shot Rock with the ion blaster. I'm sorry. Who are you aiming at? I just want to.
Oh, I said I was wondering how many people were still up. If it was just two
Oh,
minion groups, or if there were still.
one minion group, part of a minion group, and then one guy by himself.
Okay, I'm going for the guy by himself.
Of course you are. Feel like I should have lied there and just said there are 5 people up.
Well, I mean, I would look for the person who wasn't like together.
Okay, so adversary 1,
Right.
but no defense or anything, just the upgrade.
So maneuver. Then I'm going to.
Oh, duh.
I'm not going to flip, but I will do frenzied attack. So I will take 2 strain. You know what? Hell, I'll take another strain, or 2 strain to aim. So, second while I update my sheet. So that's going to be okay. All right, here goes. Psh. All right. So that guy is immobilized, and actually no. Instead of immobilized, I think I'm just going to do. I'm going to do stun pulse instead. So he's going to take 9 strain resisted by soak, and then 3 strain unresisted. And
How much strain resisted by soak?
9.
Okay. And then how much not resisted?
3.
Okay.
And I'll use the remaining advantage to wipe 1 strain.
All right. He is still up.
I'm done.
So now we move on to the other initiative order. The one Rogesh hit seems utterly convinced that he can get Rock down if he just makes one more good shot. So you've downed his ally, so now that penalty is gone. But you do have the 1 range defense. So now it's just... Let's see, 1, 2... Okay, I'm going to flip to upgrade. And he actually misses. For the advantage, I'm going to say... That doesn't deal damage.
Oh, and
Okay.
Taylor, he's oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm still trying to figure this one out.
The solo guy is immobilized?
He is?
He is.
Tommy?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's the one that was actually shooting. So,
Oh, no. I said I was doing stun pulse instead, so my bad. Never mind. He's not immobilized. Eliza.
you made it. Things have happened. A lot of things. Did we ever decide if the force the target to drop its weapon you needed to hit or not? I'm just going to say he forces you to drop your axe. In order to dodge out of the way of his ion blast, which you successfully do, you have to drop your axe. So that's his turn. The apprentices... Whoops, gave too much information. Whatever. The full group is going to go first, and they're going to try and get Rogesh down, because they're seeing he's trying to pick them apart. Let's see. 1, 2...
I'm going to tuck and roll again.
Okay. But are you still at medium, or did you move to short?
I moved to short.
Okay, so that's just 1. And you have how much range defense?
1.
Okay. I'm going to flip again to upgrade. Man, these guys are not doing well.
Outclassed, man. They're out of their league. They should quit.
If they roll to despair, maybe. I'm going to say they force you to drop your weapon as well.
Okay.
And then the final group is going to take aim at Torty.
I did not sidestep this round.
Okay, I'm going to flip again to upgrade. Look at all that light side for your benefit. But you do have the short and the 1 defense, right?
I normally don't have 1 defense. I
Okay,
just gave the
then
1
never mind.
setback for that one
Just
round.
the 1. Okay, they hit for 9 damage.
That's it?
Yes.
This is wounds?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and now we're at the top of the order with another NPC. The guy just keeps trying to shoot at Rock.
Was I removing the bottom NPC
Yes,
slot or
you
the
were
top
removing the
NPC
bottom one.
slot?
So the top one is still
Okay.
there, and this NPC gets to act first.
Yeah. Is
Gonna
it the
flip
single
back.
guy?
Yes. The one NPC still gets to go first. It's just 2 at the bottom.
Yes, I'm
instead of 3.
asking. I was asking if it was going to be the single guy.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just keeping track of that as well, of
All right.
which one of them goes.
Rock only has 1 range defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. He hits for 11 damage, which completely is eaten by your soak.
Yum.
What does he want to do with the advantage? He is going to take a free maneuver and actually move to medium away from you. He saw you completely eat that blast without going down. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess I should be retreating now.
Smart. Alright, PC.
Go for it, Rock.
You have to spend maneuver to pick up your axe, just as a reminder.
Sorry, I actually got disconnected due to internet connectivity problems. So what happened?
You got shot and missed, so I forced you to drop your axe due to the advantage. And then you got shot, but your soak ate the next hit, so I had the guy move away from you. So the one who's been shooting with the ion blast is now at medium, and you've dropped your axe. So you need to spend maneuver to pick it up.
Did the guy who caused me to lose my axe, did he actually hit?
No, he didn't.
Is that-
He didn't. Well, he didn't the first time.
Okay, but he shot the second time and then disarmed me. So I think you have to hit to disarm.
I don't have that on here. It just says force the target to drop the weapon it is wielding.
Okay.
It only takes maneuver to get it back, so
Yeah. I'll pick up the axe. Who's closest to me?
The group of there's 2 minion groups that are actually just in short range of you.
All right.
one minion group is damaged by Torty, so you could probably wipe them all out.
You could probably wipe out the other one too.
I'll go to the one that isn't damaged. So I'll take 2 who's a what's it's to get to that one, and then
Oh yeah, you have to take 2 strain.
it's fine.
Okay, you're able to eat it. Got it.
Then it's swinging time. So, do they have any melee defense?
No, they don't.
So no adversary either.
Nope.
Okay. How many are in the group? Just 2?
3.
3? Okay. Here we go.
You're hitting the one that hasn't been damaged, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's 3.
So that's going to be 19 and a crit. So that'll kill 2 of them. Was there minions?
You kill all of them actually, including crit.
Excellent. Actually, I'll just crit with the because my axe is superior. It generates 1 on its own, so I'll use that lone advantage to heal a strain. Then I'll take 1 for the maneuver, And that's me.
All right, still 2 more PCs. There's only 2. The 3 of them still up, but one's moved to medium.
Torty, do you mind
Which
if I
one?
go?
Oh no, go ahead. I was just gonna ask which one Rock engaged with.
He engaged with the undamaged minion group. The one that you shot earlier is still up and able.
The one
Oh,
that I
so he-
whipped earlier, where's he?
He's moved to medium from Rock, so he moved.
So he'd be a
t-
medium for me then, too.
Yes.
So Rock cleared that minion group completely.
He cleared. Yeah, he cleared one that hasn't been damaged yet.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take a maneuver to pick up the whip and take another maneuver. So I'll take 2 strain to get into short range. So and then I'm going to take 2 strain for frenzied attack. And we're going to flip. Can't aim. And he is 1 red, 1 purple, yeah?
Yes, 1 Rick and adversary.
All right. That is 11 strain.
Yep, he goes down.
Zzz.
Oh wait, 11 strain including resisted by soak.
Yes.
He is actually still up. Sorry.
All right, my turn.
Mhm.
Okay. So those minions are still there.
Yes.
The ones I shot at before. All right, I'm gonna shoot them again. Taking aim. So that will hit for 12 damage and a critical.
Yep, that is enough to clear them out.
Nice.
And then I'm going to sidestep with... no, you know what? I'm not. I'm just going to sit pat.
Works for me. How you could say that Macron sent him along after he found him. He was just in this bar over here. I don't know what he was doing. He apparently did not know that we were in the middle of a crisis.
So all that's left is the one... What I'm
Yes, the one
assuming
person
was
Rogesh is
yeah.
whipping.
the rival.
No, he's totally a nemesis.
Okay, fine.
Don't guess the man. For all you know, he could be a standalone minion.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job. It's his turn, I think, right? Or did he already go?
If all the PCs have gone, then yeah, if we're at the top of the order again, since you've killed the rest of them.
Yeah, then we're back at the top, so it would be his turn.
Yeah.
He is gonna spend. Rogesh is engaged.
I'm at short, actually.
Oh, you are? Okay, then he is actually going to drop his ion blaster and spend a maneuver to pull out another weapon. And he's going to take aim at Rogesh.
All right.
Switching weapons.
I'm going to coordination dodge that.
Okay, and that just adds failures he needs to surpass?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to flip. Okay, yep. Oh, damn. If only he hit. Alright, well, he doesn't. He actually hits a nearby... Yes, he hits a nearby, lamppost, and the lamppost instantly disintegrates.
Ah!
Oh God.
While you're all looking at that, he starts booking it.
Yeah, let's let him go.
Yeah, he's starting to run. All right, I will declare that. Oh, actually, you know what? if you want, I can have him round a corner and run into Hack, and Hack just cuts him down. And then that's when Hack rejoins you.
Hack, that sounds good.
Hooray!
That sounds good. How's my sound sound?
Yep,
sound
we
good.
hear you.
I can hear you.
Cool.
All right, so yeah, as the bounty hunter starts to run into the distance, a gank appears out of nowhere and just punches him once in the gut, and the guy just falls over. And that's the end of structured time.
Yay. Dead.
Uh,
Since we're in a new encounter, I'm going to use Second Wind to heal another 2 strain.
well, I was also going to say you could roll to recover strain as well.
I'm going to do that then as well.
I will also roll.
Can you guys hide these bodies so that the building I'm set up in doesn't just have a bunch of dead bodies in front of it?
That's not a big deal. It's a holiday.
But if the police are, if anyone calls the police on that, then the building I'm sniping from will now have police investigating.
Yeah, let's start moving the bodies. I want to actually deliver the guy who's alive to the Shens as well. Just say present that we also got one of Kaltho's men.
All right, yeah, you can restrain him if you have anything that would restrain on you, or flip a decimal point to say you do.
Does that triumph on a recovering strain roll get me anything?
No. All you get is roll the
That's
extra
fine.
success it gives you.
Thought I'd ask.
It's always worth asking with triumphs.
I had a GM once let me recover 10 strain. I thought that was a little excessive.
Oh, yeah. That kind of breaks it. Alright. So, you restrain one of them. If you have... Do you have any binders on you?
Yes.
You know, no, we don't. I'm not going to use binders because I am posing as a bounty hunter. I'm going to break his arms.
Jesus Christ!
I want to. I
lose
want to
arms.
show like Eris that yeah, we're bounty hunters. Like this is what we do. So
That's going to be a hard brawl check.
Wait, you're breaking my arms?
No, you have
keep up.
Couldn't you just cut a cord of like fabric and just tie his hands behind his back?
I'm breaking this guy's arms. He tried to
All
get
right.
our bounty as bounty hunters. That's a big no-no.
Yeah. I mean, shit.
Oh, Rakesh, it's so sweet. Hold on, let me get my data pad so I can take a picture when you break his arms.
What's the difficulty? Just average, right?
No, hard.
Hard, okay.
And it's brawl,
Okay,
unless you
no.
have something specifically that would help you.
Oh yeah, I'm a brawler too.
Okay.
So I'm going
Rock
to do
is gonna be
frenzied attack,
recording this.
and here goes.
What?
I'm going to say you were wise enough to gag him before you broke his arms, so his muffled cries do not carry far.
So
Yes.
I grab him by the scruff of the neck and start dragging him. We've got our droid with the restraining bolt. We're all set. We are badass bounty hunters.
All right, yes. I'll say that you can return to the Shen apartment.
Okay. I ring her up and say, found one of the found the droid, and also found one of Kaltho's men.
All right. Yes. The guards nod as they see you return, and they see the droid, and they wave you in. For Chim Chim, with your oversight of the apartment, you notice that the living room by itself is open, but there are, I'll say, 6 guards inside. And you do not see the Shens, but there are a few windows into the apartment that are heavily tinted that you can't. It's like some, the blinds in Blade Runner. They're like
Yeah.
that.
All right, I'll pass along the information for the guards, and then just hope that once they're inside the apartment, they'll realize to not stand in front of blinds where I can't see.
That's exactly where Torty would stand.
Well, the guards, you go inside if you choose to continue inside with this new information. and they actually usher you in towards one of the rooms that is blinded.
Somebody rolled a crit.
Do you take Rock into this blind room? Tented room?
Well,
Tainted?
I say that I want to talk to Arishen. I want my bounty.
And they said, yes, yes, come, please.
Okay.
You go into the room, and it appears to be a small office with a finely furnished wooden desk and chairs, finely upholstered chairs, too. It's nice and padded. A couple of bookshelves in the back, and you see, actually sitting in the chair and standing behind the chair, holographic projections of Erend and Eris Shen.
Okay.
Together?
Yes. They're like life size, and Erend is sitting on the chair that's behind the desk, and Eris is standing behind him.
I mean, that's fine. So yeah, why don't we do this? And Rock, just go with it. Just say, well, here's the droid. And also, when a Kalthos man, it looks like Kaltho was actually working with them. I'm totally lying here, but... And I kind of throw him forward. His arms are broken. He's probably, like, knocked out. Who knows? And say, so, how much was that worth to you?
Erend and Eris exchange a glance. Erend mumbles something to himself, and he says, I can pay you 10,000. I'll match Calrissian's bounty for the droid, 10,000. As for Kalthos bounty hunter, that is a personal squabble I rather actually not have a part in. He is free to go.
Okay. I just shrug. I'm like, whatever.
So the guard hands you your credits and then opens the door, trying to usher you and Torty and Hack out.
Sure. And, like, Rock, let's just, I kind of give you a look, but I'm turned around so they can't see it. No, actually, you would be smart enough. You would know. We're just going to give you to them, but we're going to follow them.
All right.
All right.
So, Rogesh, Torty, and Hack are escorted all the way out of the apartment. The door shuts behind them, and the guards resume their posts. Meanwhile, for Rock, Erend, his holographic projection stands up and walks through the desk and looks at you. And he says, You've caused me a lot of trouble.
You've done the same for us, you backstabbing meat
No, you
bag.
wouldn't be able to say that, though. You've got a restraining bolt, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
All right,
he
so I say
can
nothing.
say it, but because you said you deactivated it. He can say what he wants, but it would ruin the deception.
Oh. Yeah, so I guess I say nothing.
And Tiam eyes you, sees your reaction, and nods and goes, But you could be of a personal assistance to me in capturing your comrades. And so he looks Rock in the eye and says, Do you happen to know where they are now?
I do not. We were separated.
By what? The bomb I sent on the bus, I know, failed to explode.
We were separate. Hold on. So he knows. So he knows we all got on the bus then.
Yes,
Um,
apparently.
I'll say after Joke and Ben disarmed the bomb. After that, we lost the wing guard around a corner. We all departed the bus and sent it on its way. After that, we split up.
Where did they all say they were going?
Some said they were trying to find you. Others said they were trying to steal a ship at the starport for us to leave.
They would not try and take their own ship?
No, they figured that would be the first place you'd have guarded.
Perhaps I decided they're perhaps more savvy than I thought they were. Nevertheless, how would you like to be my new guard dog?
Rock is silent for a moment. Um,
Oh,
I
by the way,
wouldn't.
I am going to point this out to Rogesh. He did actually pay you 10,000 credits right there on the spot, so you do have plus 10,000 credits.
Cool.
Anyway, sorry. Just want to make that clear.
Okay. Rock says, I wouldn't mind working for a man of your influence. However, I would like 2 caveats for me to work for you.
The restraining bolt should be more than satisfactory for these caveats, he says with an eyebrow.
Yeah, you can't really. You don't really have anything to go off of.
Yeah, I can't bargain with that.
Like I said, you can talk any way you want. It's just if you say stuff like that, the deception with the restraining bolt becomes more transparent.
Okay. Then I guess then Rock would just plead with him.
And actually, yeah, while this conversation is going, I'm going to flip a destiny point and just say that Rock had his internal communicator on so that we're listening to this, and then I'm going to contact Chim Chim and say, let's head to the warehouse right now. While he's busy talking to Rock.
You want me to head there by myself?
No, all of us. We're heading there.
Oh, you guys all left the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were kicked out.
So instead, Rock will say, I am already yours to command. I simply ask you do not wipe my memory. My memories are who I am, and I'm far more effective with them than without them.
Arend appears intrigued and looks back at Eris, who shrugs. And he goes, that can be arranged.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes. Anyway, for now, I want you to go, and he gestures towards the guard at the door, to these coordinates, and guard that location until you receive new orders. Am I clear?
I'm trying to think, how would Rock say this? Is the Jewel of Yavin, like, is it like an opaque crystal, or is it shiny like a diamond, where it's for the most part, it's somewhat transparent?
Kind of a halfway point. It's cloudy, but it has that kind of inner refractivity.
Okay.
Refractivity,
Bakugo,
that's totally a word.
as clear as as clear as the Jewel of Yavin, my lord.
Aaron nods, and the hologram of him and his daughter disappear. You get the coordinates from the guard, and you actually notice that these coordinates are coordinates you have not seen before.
Okay. I'm through the I guess we have. Well, does anyone in the group know Morse code?
No.
I don't think so.
You need a rank in education for me to buy that.
So yeah, this might be one of those things where even if we went to the warehouse, that's not where they were.
No.
Yes.
All right. So Rock will take the coordinates, then he'll exit. Is he being escorted by any guards, or is he on his own?
Roll me 2 red and a purple deception.
Deception?
Yes, this
Or
is
perception?
No, deception.
I'm gonna upgrade. Let me just double check. I'm just gonna say to hack. Don't try to hack me, because as soon as I'm free, we're going to have words. That's an invasion of privacy, and Rock isn't. He's not too keen on that, especially with other people in his brain.
Okay, let's make something clear here. They put a restraining bolt on you, but that restraining bolt was deactivated. As in, Rock is still himself, he just has a bolt on him.
Yeah.
So he's technically himself this whole time. Okay, yes, he's escorted by 2 guards.
Okay. It's because my comms are internal. I don't think I've had to speak out loud before to transmit things.
Well, yeah, you can just transmit coordinates, and you don't have to say anything.
Yeah, so I'll transmit the new coordinates to everyone in the group, and I'll key and with that I'll put 2G after it, so it'll be the coordinates and then 2G to signify that there are 2 guards escorting me.
Gosh, this is a tough one, because they sent him to that place, but it made it sound like that's not where they were, because, just guard this location until further notice. So are they there, or are they at the warehouse? Should we split up? What do you guys think?
Matching these coordinates with the layout of Cloud City, you see that these new coordinates that Aaron gave to Rock is for a specific building in the government district.
In the garment or government?
Government. It's in dead center of the city where several of the largest towers are.
I can check out the warehouse by myself real quick.
Okay. Then yeah, sure. You head to the warehouse, and we'll head to the new coordinates.
Okay.
Can we do a search on the building just to see what it turns up?
What do you mean?
Put feelers out, try and figure out what it is.
Yeah, do, let's see. A hard streetwise or average education check. You can pick.
Streetwise, here we go. Yep. Ow.
Okay.
Well, I found something.
You learn that the coordinates in question are actually for Aaron Shen's private office, where he runs his more modern entrepreneurial efforts. He tries to keep it off the books under a shell company, but the underworld seems pretty keen on recognizing that he probably works out of that place.
Okay, good catch.
In the threat? Or was that incorporated into the information?
It has been logged.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, just in the future, though, we should do the streetwise checks together, because I could have blended with you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Okay.
Just for funsies.
So I'm going to go ahead and do Chim Chim first, but this will be happening concurrently. So there are going to be times where Chim Chim can't get help or lend help to the other group.
Yep.
So
would Torty relay the information about that building to the rest of us?
No. Yeah. No, I would.
So then there's really no reason to go check out the warehouse then.
I think there's absolutely reason.
They could still be there. I mean, we just don't know, so might as well have at least one person checking it out.
Okay.
And
what is the warehouse?
Our group to get in and out quietly without being noticed, and meet back up with you guys if there's nothing there.
Yeah.
What do we know about the warehouse? Is that just a place Macron told us about?
No, it's a place you learned that Aaron Shen works. It's like Aaron Shen originally worked there, but then he moved up into the world and then started working elsewhere.
Okay.
So that's kind of like his foundation in the industrial sector.
Yeah, we got that from Gantel Dro.
Yeah.
Okay.
A DeFell that worked for Marcus Grayson.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay.
All right. So for Chim Chim,
Yes,
you
sir.
are pretty easily able to make your way down into the industrial zone again. Since, actually, yeah, your fur is a different color. Your eyes probably change from their beady shape thanks to Rogesh's work. So yeah, you're able to get down there pretty easily. So you come across an entire boulevard of warehouses and small factories that appear to be linked to one another, and there are actually patrols of ruffians going up and down the boulevard and into several of the buildings. It appears to be like a relatively heavily guarded place. So to actually sneak through these businesses and try to glean some important information, it's going to be a stealth check.
Do the guards or the people patrolling, do they appear to have like uniforms, like they're an organized hired thing, or do they just kind of look like street thugs?
You actually notice they have uniforms, but it's not a single uniform.
Okay.
And a couple of the people that are just loitering outside the businesses, they don't have uniforms. So it's actually kind of a blended mix.
Okay. Very interesting. Well,
So
I'd like to start snooping around.
Yeah, to sneak by these people, it's going to be a hard stealth check with and I'm going to flip. Hard check, 2 setback, because of the unknown terrain. You kind of have to sneak on the go.
That sounds pretty good to me. Well, okay, yeah, because it's all right. Never mind. I was gonna see if I could reduce those setback, but that's pretty sure outdoorsman isn't gonna work for that.
What's the wording for outdoorsman?
Oh, I'll read it to you. It remove setback per rank of outdoorsman from checks to move through terrain or manage environmental effects. Decrease travel times by half.
Oh, that's a tough one because it's not like the terrain's difficult. It's just that you don't know it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I made the roll with the setbacks.
Okay. All right. You're able to make your way around, and you don't spot Errand or Eris. However, you do hear people talking about some of them are packing up boxes in the warehouses and saying, "All right, this one, and this one, they need to go to the Venture. This one, they need to go into the port side docking bay on freighter 2 and 3." And then he just starts. It's like he's listing off a manifest and telling the cargo which way to go. And he's like, "Come on, people, we gotta get this out of here before things get a bit too focused on us."
Oh, is there any way for me to sneak down and try to see if any of the boxes are labeled as to what's inside?
Yes. That is going to be against the foreman. Let me just double check something here. That's going to be 2. I'm going to actually flip to make it 3 red, but no setback.
Okay. Oh, seriously? Wait.
Okay.
Wow. I can't reroll spell.
Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. Man, I just want to handle these a bit better. You aren't noticed, but you can't get close.
That's what I figured.
I actually say with the advantage, though, you're able to sneak a peek at the manifest the foreman is holding. It doesn't detail what's in the crates, but it does detail where you're going. A very small number of the crates, like maybe just 10 of them, are to go to the Venture, which is apparently stored in the upper decks of the city. The rest of them are to various freighters, the Hungry Gungan, the Salty Crab, the salty calamari. Those are all stored on the larger hangars in the midsection of the city.
Contact the guys on the other team and see if they're anywhere near those, and let them know.
Do I smell drugs at all?
No.
Okay.
You a police dog?
Well, I have a pretty good sense of smell.
He's also a drug addict.
No, No, I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah, there's a difference, man.
Yeah. Show some respect. I think I'm gonna radio back to our guys that this is a dead end. He's not here, but that I'm gonna go check out the venture.
Well, radio the other group because remember they're looking for a way off this planet. They might already be close to the hangars.
The hangars in the midsection, though, it's in the upper decks. There aren't a lot.
And I don't know if I think of that.
Yeah, probably should have made you roll streetwise or something for that too. I'll compensate. Yeah, Chim Chim, go ahead and roll a daunting streetwise check.
Oh, jeez.
I won't upgrade.
I appreciate that. I need to start upping my streetwise.
Nice.
Oh, looks like maybe for now you don't need to. You learn that the upper decks of the city are storage. There are very few places for private hangars. People like Vorus Taberth, Lando Calrissian, probably have one up there. It makes sense probably that Aaron Shen has one, given how wealthy he appears to be.
Ah, with that information, I'd pass that along to the other group. Wait, where's the hangar that our ship is in? Is that anywhere near the upper decks, or is that in the
No,
middle?
it's in like the public docking bays in the midsection of the city. With
Okay.
everyone else.
I'm not sure if I'd think to contact them or not. You mind if I roll a D2?
Well, sure you would. You're still talking to us. We would say contact the other group with the information
okay,
you just
yeah.
gave us, or we would do it ourselves.
If you said that, I'd absolutely tell the other group. I'm not sure how to do that.
You can act. There's not like there's a calm blackout. You can actually chat with anyone if you want. I just, for the sake of so I know that you would like to know what you're actually telling them.
Oh, that's what I mean. I don't know how physically in the real world, or not the real world, but in our world, how I'd let the other group know. I think I'd just tell them that a lot of those shipments, or that a lot of crates are going to that private hangar. That I don't know what's in there, and that maybe they should check it out. And that we haven't been able to find Shen yet.
Oh, but tell them that, it looks like we are closing in on them right now. So we'll see.
Well, you know that the other team seems primarily concerned with freeing the Sunflare. Not exactly looking for a getaway. The Sunflare is supposed to be your getaway, and that's what they're concerned with getting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just giving them a heads up in case that doesn't pan out.
All right.
This is just me asking a question. Is it possible to maybe hack into the security system or the civilian, the cameras that are up there?
Hold on, please. Okay, sorry. I was just sending that message. What exactly did you want to do?
Just wanted to see if it was possible to the place where we believe he's at, to see if we could maybe hack into the comms or the surveillance system that's up there.
Not through the public network, no. It is, in fact, you wouldn't even have to roll to know. Someone like Aaron would probably run a private security system routed only through the places he wanted secured. So to hack it externally is actually quite impossible, since they're not connected.
Well, then when you jump over to their group, I'm just going to be heading towards Venture.
Wait, what?
I figured we were done with what Chim Chim was doing at the moment. I'm just going to leave the dock.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about jumping over into Brandon's session, not jumping.
No. I'm just going to head towards that venture building that those 10 crates were going to.
Okay. Go. I'll come back to you, but just so I can determine your results right now, go ahead and roll another 3 red stealth check to actually follow the crates.
Ooh.
Interesting.
All right. Well, we'll determine that once we get back to you.
Right.
We're going to go ahead and move over to the other team. You have arrived in the government plaza, and the tower that Rock was told to guard a specific office in is before you. It appears that it is sort of locked down, probably as a result of the citywide lockdown.
Is Rock there already?
Well, I assume you all went at least relatively together. If not grouped together, then at least at the same time.
Because he was being escorted, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes, I forgot. Anyway, the guards and Rock immediately walk in. They show a specific badge to the people guarding the inside and then go through what looked like a scanner. Rock is, of course, pinged a couple of times, but the guards seem to easily assuade the people in the front of the building, and you're able to ascend into the office complex. Once you arrive, you enter what looks like a very small establishment. There are a few computer terminals open that people are working at, and there are a couple of rooms in the back that look like they are guarding office spaces. And the guards just walk you up to one and then just point to the ground. Stay here, kill anyone that tries to enter. Got it?
I'll nod.
Including your friends.
And the guards returned, actually guarding the front of the office complex. You can see them walk out.
Are they heading back? Are they heading away, or are they just standing there?
All Rock can see is that they leave the room he was in.
Oh no, I meant for us outside. What do we see?
You don't see anyone else exit. You don't see the guards ever exit.
Okay, so I want to ask about the room I'm in. Just take a moment, look around. Do I see cameras? What else is in the room with me?
There are about 10 people busy working at their desks, working quite frantically, actually, but they appear to be mostly engrossed in their work. There are three cameras, one pointing at the door into the room, another pointing at the specific door you are guarding, and another one pointed at the general area of the room to basically keep an eye on the staff.
Okay. And they told me to stay at the door and to not move, correct?
Yes, and to kill anyone who tried to come into that. Try to enter.
Okay. I'm going to send a message and say that there are 10 people in the room where I'm in. The 2 guards have left, and there are 3 cameras. Give them the location for the cameras as well.
All right.
So can I make like a perception check to see maybe if I can glance over and see what these people are working on?
Yes, that's going to be average with 2 setback due to the fact that you need to keep your composure.
Okay. Nope.
Oh, let's see, 2 threat. I'm going to bank that for the moment.
Okay.
By the way, on the way here, do you do a cool check or?
I'm counting this as part of the downtime since you haven't actually done much yet. So.
So is it possible for me to? Oh, okay. So I can't make another cool check to try to regain strain.
Not yet. No.
Not yet? Okay. Then I'm just gonna draw Gore Howl and set the blade like on the ground in front of me. So I've got my hands resting on the bottom of the handle, but it's standing pretty much vertical with me.
All right. Once you pull it out and lay it on the ground, some of the people working at their terminals actually stop for a second to look at you, somewhat intimidated, but then they slowly go back to working.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna keep eyes forward with. So So you get how it's like standing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In like a guarded pose, it's in front of you,
Yeah.
hands are on it. I've seen it on statues plenty of times.
Alrighty, just wanted to make sure.
So I'm
But yes.
thinking maybe if we just honestly tell Rock just start smashing the computer terminals, or maybe try to get into the inner office. And as you're doing that, as the guards are distracted, we'll try to access. We'll get to the front desk and we'll see if Hack can do anything on the spot and just wing it.
All right. So I'm going to ask, how many rooms did we pass through before we got into this one? So, like, was it just like a
Of note, few. It was basically a straight shot from the elevator into that room. You probably passed by several closed doors, like a hallway, probably about 6 of them. From the elevator to where you are, it's just a short walk down a hallway and actually through the room you're in.
Okay. And you said there was one camera keeping an eye on all the people in the room. Is there a camera that's like I am directly in its view?
Yes. One.
How far away is that from me?
Short.
Short?
Low ceiling.
Is there like an obvious door that everyone is kind of away from? Like an inner door?
Hard perception check from Rock.
Boy, I'm standing in front of a door, aren't I?
Well, yeah, but it's they're all at their desks, and the desks are arranged in a standard fashion.
Yeah.
If you want to see if there are any like subtle clues as to what may be behind the door or which door may be important, I'm going to need a hard perception.
Well, I already know what door is important. I'm standing in front of it.
Oh,
true.
okay. I didn't realize that. I thought they
Hold
just
on
put
one
you
second.
in front of the door that you came through. He was placed in front of another door.
Well, there's one door that leads into the room with all the people at the terminals, but there's a door beyond that that Rock is guarding, and it is currently closed.
Oh, okay. Rock, why don't you just open the door and just see what's there? And you can feign like, I don't know, what would you say?
Ignorance.
You're looking for an oil bath. We would probably need to at least be at the reception desk, Leslie, for us to do that.
So, would it be possible?
Yes, but you would need to be inside the building.
Would I be able to maybe go on the net and maybe see like the floor plans or something like for that office, if it's like a general warehouse or something like that?
If you want to learn about the building, yes, but you won't be able to get anything like blueprints just off the HoloNet.
Rock, just knock on the door and just say, hello, my power, and this isn't a lie, you are running out of power. Just to see who answers.
Hold on. Can I please get a quick update? I have to move out of my apartment in DeKalb, so I was talking with the guy I have the sublease with, and he's been really aggravating and just bugging me constantly about it. So can I please get a quick update of what I missed?
What?
Oh, you didn't miss much, actually.
There's a camera in short range from you that actually has you in view. And Rogesh has been throwing out a few instructions, a few ideas to maybe just look inside the office you're guarding.
We want you to open the door.
I just say, excuse me, my power's running low.
Okay.
Which is not a lie, so.
No. Well, when we were when we were hiding out in the cantina, I wrote in the chat that I plugged into the power for it.
Well, yeah, but you're still running out of power.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll notice, there's got to be some way to make my body chirp, or I'll set off like a small alarm, and like just as like a little beep or a little chirp, and then I'll walk to the door I came in and I'll open it, and Do I see anyone in the hallway?
Yeah, the guards that came in there are standing beside that door.
All right. I'm gonna call to the guards and go. Excuse me, my power is running low. If I run out of power, I won't be able to guard the door.
Wait, okay, wait. So, sorry, I just need to make sure I'm understanding where everyone's standing and what's going on.
No,
So,
okay. The door you were guarding, that's the one he wanted you to look into. The door you
yes.
just looked out of, that's the one that leads out of the office and towards the elevator.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
okay.
that's why. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we were doing the right door.
All right.
Ragesh
I'm
told
sorry.
him.
Then I went to the wrong door. I'll open the door I'm guarding and I'll look in. Sorry, kind of retconning.
Well, if you try to open the door, it's locked.
Okay, so then I will knock at the door.
No response.
No response. All right, then I will.
Another quick question: the ones that are outside, do we see any of these other people outside that may have IDs that we can maybe beat up and Rogesh can maybe disguise or something like that?
You're seeing a couple people go in and out. This is the government plaza for Cloud City, so it is relatively busy, even given the early nature of the morning, especially since after what you did last night. So yes, there are people moving in and about.
So maybe we can either knock somebody out, steal their IDs, and get one of us in.
Yeah, we can try that. I mean, part of me is thinking that I almost want to just go in and just have Rock just beat the door down and see what's in there. What do you guys
Oh,
think?
hold on. I've got an idea. Can I? So the door. So like, I knock and there's no response. Can I reach down to the door handle and then like, maybe without overly like doing it, like give it a hard turn to try to break the lock? Or is it a physical lock or is it an electronic one?
You don't know.
Can I make like a perception to see if there's a knob or a data pad?
Choose your own difficulty vigilance, since you know what you since you are focused on finding specific things.
All right, so I'll make it hard. Hard vigilance, and
Wow.
I'll take the first roll of my mouse double click.
Nice triumph.
You notice that there is a data pad on the wall next to the door and a physical lock. You also,
Okay.
the door seems to be wood. Yes.
Well, when I knocked, did it sound like wood or did it sound like something else?
You weren't able to tell.
Really?
You rolled 3 threat.
Yeah. Okay. I did get a triumph though.
Yes, and that, believe me, that's coming into play.
Okay. Oh, jeez, what do I want to do? So there's the one in short.
At this point, we don't have any other information on anywhere else that they are. And, I think in some ways time is of the essence because wherever they are, they're probably going to start moving out soon. We probably should just
Yeah.
make our move.
So
But, I mean, I want to check with the rest of you guys. What do you think?
I guess that's our answer.
Yeah, I'm cool with doing something, but yeah, I mean this is fine.
Because my only problem is that normally Ragesh would totally be up for grabbing someone, disguising himself, and trying to get in, but we already have someone on the inside who can create a distraction, and we can just rush the place.
So okay, so I've got the perfect distraction. So it's all like people though, right? Like it's all organic beings working.
Yeah, no droids.
And all working frantically.
Pretty much, yeah.
So here's what's gonna happen. Rock's gonna start like patrolling, like just casually walking down the aisles around the people.
Wait! Before you do that, though, because
it-
we're probably like discussing. Maybe you're like texting us as we're talking back to you. So
Okay.
before you do that, let's actually discuss it, though.
Well, okay. So the point is, Rock's going to try to whip these people in a frenzy with leadership to try to get them to either unionize or whatever. I'm pretty much going to pull what I did with the droids back when we were in that.
What is your leadership skill now, though?
2 yellow, 2 boost. I mean, it's not bad.
Well, I'm saying though, before you start doing that, because then that's going to look suspicious on whoever, thinks that you've got a restraining bolt. I think you should probably just break the door down that you're guarding.
And how is that not suspicious?
No, that's
for the
because
fact
that's
that
when
I'm
we're going to go.
restraining bolt?
Now we're going in. We're
It
just.
is. You're being more proactive in that, I think, is what Tommy's trying to get at. Like,
Yeah. And it gets the people. All right. My goal was to just get everyone in that room like rushing out towards the elevator, like either in a panic or angry, to deal with those 2 guards that are currently in there. But yeah. So you know what? Rock's going in a single fluid motion. He's going to turn on the door, pick up Gorhal, and he's just going to embed it through the door.
All right. And the rest of us, except for Chim Chim, are just going to walk right in. To
You're
reception.
stopped. There are people at the door who stop you. Like Rock saw this when he came in. There's a security checkpoint before you're even able to get inside.
Okay.
They stop you. I'm gonna have to deal with this concurrently. Rock, right when you slam the axe into the door, all the workers in the place, they immediately stop working. However, when you pull Gorhal out, the door immediately falls away, and inside you see a sleeping Grand.
A sleeping what?
The 3-eyed people with the weird tube eyes. You see a Gran in a chair sleeping in front of a whole bunch of monitors. One of which you notice happens to be the camera feed.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to look up and see what a Grand looks like.
No D. G-R-A-N.
Oh, goody. One of those things. They don't look too tough. So Rock's going to, he's asleep?
Yes.
All right, so Rock's gonna rush up and he's gonna move up to him, and he's going to kill him. Rock's
No,
just
don't
gonna
kill him.
ground.
Ask, demand, where Erend and Eris are.
he's
Okay.
sleeping.
So I guess I'll walk up to him. I'll put the axe blade right up at his throat, and then I'll tap him on the head.
Love tap.
Kind of
You
jabbing.
immediately cut one of his eyes off.
What? I put it to his throat, not to his head.
You immediately cut his head off. A
No,
love
I don't
tap
tap
from
him.
Rock
I don't
is
tap him with the
deadly.
blade. I tap him with my finger.
He doesn't seem to wake up.
I'm gonna jab him harder.
Your finger goes right through his skin and destroys his elbow, shoulder, whatever these things have.
And he still doesn't wake up?
Do a brawl check. With 1 difficulty die. Nothing else.
Oh god. This is I'm gonna fucking shatter his rib cage. So that's gonna be 14 damage. And can I use those advantage to heal strain?
How much damage?
14.
You may use them to heal strain. However, when you hit it with your finger a little too hard, you actually hear several things snap.
Yeah.
And he immediately wakes up and starts screaming in pain.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Crap. So
You hear-
I guess I'll look at the monitors and I'll see. Well, he starts screaming. So does he fall out of the chair? Or is he just screaming?
His other arm has reached towards his shoulder, but it immediately hits the knife, and he starts just freaking out. And so
Wait,
while you're
knife?
thinking of how to deal, your axe.
No, he poked him.
You said you
poked
put
him with my finger.
Gorhal to his neck.
Oh, I did
No,
put
that's
Gorham
not.
to the neck, yeah.
Yeah, that's why he said he was poking him, and that's why you.
No, his hand, it's reaching for his elbow that he did hit with his finger, but it hits Grohauer because it's in the way.
Okay, yeah, okay, man, I get it.
And he starts freaking out because he sees a giant axe in front of his face.
All right, so I'll pull it away from his neck. I'll grab him by the front part, the collar, like the front part of his shirt, I'll pick him up, I'll slam him into the wall, and I'll get into space and ask very nicely for him to A, shut up, and B, to tell me where Aaron and Eris Shen are.
When you slam him into the wall, he falls unconscious. Hell, I'm tempted to say he dies.
Oh.
Like, you did so much damage.
The
poor fool had no soak.
Can I, like... Alright, so I'm going to sheath Goral, I'm going to, like, slap him a little bit, not like pimp smacking him across the room, just, like, tap the side of his face to try to get him to wake up.
He doesn't seem to want to wake up without a medicine.
Just leave him and grab someone else. You know, I mean, he's done. I'm sure you can grab someone else though, close by.
All right. So, but he's the only one in that room, correct?
Yes, but the door's open, and everyone in that office has been noticing what you've been doing.
All right. So I'm gonna drop him. I'm gonna walk out into the room. I'm gonna point at the nearest person and go, "You, where?" I'm just going to walk up to the nearest person. I'm going to grab him by the collar with one hand, lift him off his feet, or whoever they are, and roar, "Where is Eris and Aaron Shen?"
You've got one of them, for sure. They're definitely not that good at running away. However, the rest are starting to run out of the building, and it's only because the guards haven't been able to come in yet. They say they don't know. And they look so terrified that I'm not even going to have you roll against deception to know they're telling the truth.
All right. Then if they're telling the truth, then I'll just drop him. Or no, I'll ask him. Where is someone who does know?
Now, would they know? You said you're looking for Aaron and Eris. So their first response for just looking for Aaron would be Eris. They would just shake their heads. They honestly don't seem to know. They just we were supposed to finish things here and then leave as soon as we could.
Leave where?
What things?
Here, Cloud City.
Well, no, what things was he working on, or what is he doing?
He just gestures over to the computer. Books.
Ask them where they were leaving from, like from the private hangar or from somewhere else.
Where were you? Where were you leaving from when you were done?
We were just supposed to find our own transport.
And I'm going to ask him, what were you working on?
I was busy covering the books, balancing and hiding things.
I'm going to set him down, and I'm going to say, you're going to transfer all of that information onto my data pad.
Sure. And he just actually gestures towards a port in the terminal.
All right. So I plug my data pad in. Of course, after setting him down.
You see, it's actually a history of the company's finances, and he's trying to hide the fact that it's made several unauthorized transfers to government officials' accounts.
Excellent. Blackmail material.
Mm-hmm.
All right, after he finishes...
Your group is still at the entrance. That you're facing a guard who wants an ID before he lets you in.
Oh no, I meant where's our money?
He seems utterly puzzled if Rock actually asks that question.
No, I don't. He doesn't know where our money is. But after he does that, I'm going to take a much lighter mood. I'm going to sort of pat him on the head gently and go, "You're free to go."
He runs out, and at that point, the two guards that had escorted you this far finally come in.
Excellent. So I'm going to draw Gore Howl, and then I'm going to run at them. I'm going to kill one and keep the other alive, but just barely.
Roll in just the melee check. 2 purple, no upgrades.
3, boop. So to kill one guard. Yeah. So that's going to be 15 damage, pierce 4.
You definitely kill one and maim and wound another.
All right, I'm going to use those advantage to... I'm going to use... Let's see, how much strain do I have left? 3. So So I'm going to use, and my X generates 1, so that gives me 6. So I'm going to use 3 of that to heal the rest of my strain, if that's okay.
Sure.
And then I'm going to use the other 3 to grab the other dude, the surviving one, by the collar, and I'm going to bring him in close, and I'm going to scream at him, "Where are Eris and Aaron Shen?"
The guy just spits on your chassis and he says, "They'll be far away from here by the time you get to them."
I'm going to drop Gore Howl and tear his arm out of his socket.
You don't even need to roll for that. It rips right out and he just screams in pain.
I'm going to repeat the question: "Where are Eris and Aaron Shen?"
The Venture! They're on their private yacht getting ready to leave.
Nice. Chim disable the engines.
I'm going to drop him, and I'll let him bleed out. I'll pick up Gore Howl, and I'll walk out. But I am going to say, "See, was that so hard?" And then walk.
He just sobs.
I actually had an idea, but I guess we're done here.
So I'm guessing it just, like the other doors in the hallway flung open of people escaping, or...
Yeah, you see the doors have been flung open, but they just lead into more office spaces and have been emptied.
Yeah, I'm just going to head to the elevator, and I'm going to... Let's see. I'm assuming the elevator went down.
At this time, the people who are trying to get in, or maybe gave up, I don't know, you see that the guards out front have something buzzed in their ear, and they just looked at each other and nodded. And if you were still there, they say, "The building is now closed," and they start moving to shut the doors.
Oh, this is for the people outside?
Yes.
I'm going to relay the
because
fact
we've been, like... Yeah, we're going to say, "Oh, okay, never mind." And
So
we're going to
Rocco-
start heading to the Venture. I mean, since time is of the essence, I mean, you can probably get out of there by yourself, right?
Oh, yeah, I totally can.
Okay, so let's head to the Venture while Rock catches up, and we also tell Chim see if you can disable their engine somehow.
So is it just a single elevator shaft that leads to this part of the office building, or is it a double?
It's a single. Apparently, they depend on it being fast enough that they don't need more.
Okay. I'm gonna push the button for down, and I'm gonna wait patiently. Is there a stairwell?
Yes, there are several.
All right, then I'm gonna take the stairwell that leads to the base floor, and I'm going to do athletics to sort of parkour my way down. Or free running, whatever the kids call it.
With 2 setback due to all the innocent people in your way.
How much was it hard?
Hard. 2 setback though.
Okay. So here we go. Ah, nut bunnies.
You end up at the bottom where you notice a large gathering of people. You suddenly stop at the bottom with a large gathering of people, panicked, running around. Not running around because it's too cramped to move, but they're talking to each other. They appear so panicked, and then people. It's like some of the guards are trying to usher them into the basement. I say in quotes. The lower levels. But it's very slow going once you hit the lobby, and it looks like the main way out is blocked. However, there are plenty of transparent steel windows around you.
But I'm on the ground floor now, right?
Yes.
All right. Then I'm going to. Oh, geez, I don't know if I'll be able to just not Rambo, to just last action hero this and jump through the glass window, because it's Duraglass, right? So it's tougher than.
Yeah, it's see-through but very hard.
Okay. All right. So Rock's going. I'm gonna pull. Oh jeez. What do I do? Do I use a lightsaber or no? No. I'm gonna draw Gore Howl. I'm going to bully my way bull rush my way towards the glass. Before I leap through it, I'm gonna jump, bring Gore Howl down to break the glass, and then jump through it. all in one fluid motion. So like,
Do the average melee check, but I'm going to upgrade it once.
okay.
And just tell me how much damage you would do if this was combat.
Okay. So average melee. Oh, jeez, come on. So it would be 15 damage, but the superior from the weapon negates the threat.
Okay, that is enough to actually shatter the panel that you were trying to break through.
Alrighty, so then I jump through that and explode out into the streets towards the Venture.
All right, there's a mob of people following after you, just screaming bloody murder, and they all try to avoid you, but it's like, oh, he made the way out, but he's the killer. Oh no!
That's fine. At this point, I don't care about them, so I'm just hauling giant metallic ass towards the Venture.
So, Rock needs to roll either a hard deception, stealth, or streetwise by himself, unless he wants to regroup with Rogesh, Hack, and Torty.
Well, I don't know where they would be, but let's see. Streetwise. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think I have talents for streetwise. Sir.
Where are the rest of us?
You are in a adventure, but you don't have any of this to deal with because you decided not to shatter a panel in the Windling after maiming several people.
That's okay. I just didn't have anybody to maim.
We're almost.
Coercion. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna try because I don't know where they are or where they would be. But all right, so I guess once I'm clear
we could just tell you we are in communication with each other. We're on the way to the Venture, and I give you a landmark. Like, well, we're at the corner of such and such. We're still on our way. We'll meet you there. And Chim Chim's already there. Chim Chim, disable their engines if you can.
So it'll be hard streetwise. Do I get something from Ragesh's landmark?
Sure, I'll give you a boost for that.
Okay. I'll spend the light side to upgrade my check.
Well, I mean, if we're both going there, can't I just give him skilled assistance with some setbacks through the comm as I'm trying to direct him as we're moving ahead?
Different routes, especially since he has to deal with the fact there's a mob on his tail and you don't.
Okay.
But he succeeded. No, he didn't.
Well, no, I didn't roll yet. So I didn't know. But yeah, so I'm gonna roll, and I do succeed.
Nice.
All right. Yes, now everyone is on their way to the Venture, but to give Chim Chim his ability to do stuff before you arrive, I'm going to cut to Chim Chim now. Anyway, Chim Chim, you are able to follow the crates to the Venture, but however, at the time you arrive, you find actually that the ship is already getting ready to leave. The engines are warming up. In fact, it looks like they're just abandoning the crates.
No.
And the hangar comm is just going, everyone board or get the hell out of our way. And you can hear, actually, it is the voice of Aaron Shen.
Ooh. Can I try to sneak on board?
Yes, however, it is going to be a bit more difficult because the loading ramp has already been wheeled up. It's only the landing gears that have yet to be taken back into the hull.
Good thing you're tiny.
You have not arrived at the hangar yet. Only Chim Chim has. This is kind of making it for the fact he had to do nothing for about 30 minutes. So now you get to do nothing for 30 minutes. It's so fair.
I want to go in the landing gear.
All right. It's actually not going to be that hard of a stealth. It's actually not even going to be a stealth check because everyone's too distracted to notice you. However, it is going to be daunting coordination or athletics. You can pick. And I'm going to upgrade once.
Yeah, I'm going to go with coordination. All right. Come on, no despair. Yeah.
All right. You're able to latch on, metaphorically, onto the landing gear as it wheels itself up into the hull. And you now find yourself in a small compartment, probably near the maintenance bay.
All right, let's see. Maintenance. Maintenance is probably somewhere near engines. Can I smell try to smell the direction of grease and grit and grime and oil to lead me to the engines? Or whatever these engines might smell like. I realize they're not mechanical, like steam engines or whatever, gasoline engines.
I
but-
get
on diesel.
and I say yes. At least the burning smell. Looking for a specific thing that's vigilance. Average.
Average vigilance?
Yes.
I'm going to upgrade. Yes.
Nice.
All right, you do arrive at the engine bay. In fact, you notice there are several technicians. Not several. There are 4 technicians. They have not noticed you because they're busy working on the engines. Some of them are complaining that the Venture wasn't ready. It needed a tune-up before being taken out. And Shen's a moron, but no one dare tell him.
Okay. I need just a moment to think. I just need to look up the stats on the lightning ion grenade. Oh no, never mind. Gotum has always been carrying the lightning. Well, I could flip a destiny to say I grabbed one. All right, I just need to look at the stats on the lightning ion grenade to decide if I'm going to just start blasting away in here, or if I'm going to set off those.
Oh, actually, Rock had a good point over the comms.
He said what? Sorry.
He votes for taking out the pilot.
Oh, I was going to try. Well, I mean, that's a long way to get up there, and I'm sure there's more armed people that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. At least this way, you stall them for us to get there. So
Precisely. And I figure you guys can either close the door or do, whatnots. All right, so let me look up equipment, weapons. Weapons, here we go, let's see. 10 damage, blast 7. That's pretty good. But I have to use ranged light. Alright, I think I'm just...
I have an idea. How about you set the grenade down next to the engines, and then you shoot the grenade with your rifle?
Ha! I think I'm just going to start auto-firing all over any terminals, panels, control systems, and the physical components of the engines. I'm just going to go buck wild.
That's awesome.
Well, you're engaged with them, so it would be a hard check. Actually, it might be daunting with a ranged heavy weapon. Engage +2 difficulty. Oh, it would be hard. Okay, yeah, it's going to be hard. Due to the nature of what you're shooting at, I'm going to upgrade it natively once. I'm going to flip to upgrade it again, so 2 red and a purple.
Okay. I will flip to upgrade my ability, and I'm going to, let's see. Quick Strike wouldn't take into account because it's not, no. The engines aren't a target.
Wait, what are you trying to do?
I was just seeing if Quick Strike would add in, but I don't think engines and terminals count as targets that haven't acted
Oh,
yet.
got it, yeah.
But I will double aim and take the strain to do so. Yes! Alright. I get 3 shots off. The first one will say to the physical engine component, or, what I can see of them, does 22 damage, pierce 1. And then the other 2 shots to the panels and control terminals each do 18 damage, pierce 1.
Oh yeah, you ruin these engines. You hear the as the reactor seems to start to cool off, and the lights begin to dim, and actually you feel the ship shudder as it was actually using its repulsor lifts to keep off the ground before taking off, but you've just disabled those 2. So it actually falls about 5 feet onto the ground. And this is actually when the rest of everyone else arrives. You come onto the scene of... Nah, I don't think that's as
Yeah,
fitting.
sorry.
Especially since that's a bit telltale. So everyone else arrives to see the Venture just collapsing onto the hangar platform. A lot of the lights on the exterior go dim, and the technicians in the hangar bay start rushing about. Some of them, the loading ramp goes down as some of the technicians rush in to figure out what's wrong. And also, would you like to also kill the technicians that were in the engine room, or just target the engines?
Just target the engines. If I
Okay.
could accidental yell to them, I think I would just tell them to go stand in a corner. Or else.
I'm gonna say one of them tries to swing at you, but the rest are very afraid.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have one of them roll a melee check.
All right, I'm going to double dodge, and so it'll upgrade twice. Let me take my strain 2 and 2, put me at 7, and I'm also silhouette 0 against the silhouette 1 melee.
That if it was silhouette 2, that would matter, but
Oh,
just
okay.
silhouette 1.
2.
I think only silhouette 1 difference doesn't change a thing.
Okay.
So, you upgraded this? I had to pull out his stat.
So my 2 ranks of dodge upgraded twice, and
Okay.
it's just a technician. I think that should be sufficient.
Oh, he hits. He actually hits you with a fusion cutter, which does. I think that's how much damage does fusion cutter do? It's 10, isn't it? Oh. Oh no, he has. Man, I could have sworn I saw it here somewhere.
That son of a bitch.
Screw it. I'm just gonna pull it off of Og, dude. Because I know he has a fusion cutter. I just can't find the weapon stat.
Oh, I've actually got that open right now. I can look for it.
It's in the weapon melee category. I know it has breach 1, so it ignores soak.
Is it considered cutting edge melee?
I think so.
Fusion cutter, yep.
Fusion cutter.
It's melee damage 5, breach 1.
Okay, so it's 7 damage, but it cuts through your soak unless you have more than 10.
Yeah, I do not have more than 10 soak.
Okay, so 7 damage, and I'm gonna say for the 2 threat, he's not used to using his fusion cutter as a weapon, of course, so it actually just falls right out of his hand after it cuts through your fur and some of your skin with a nice hiss.
He's going to die now.
That's my little bloodthirsty teddy bear.
And I'm gonna say, as part of the threat, he also soiled himself as he saw his weapon clatter against the floor.
I'm gonna murder him now.
All right, you don't even have to roll for it. You turn your weapon on. It's point blank range. You fire. He falls to pieces like Swiss cheese.
I'm gonna look at the others and just reiterate: go stand in the corner.
They're standing in the corner. In fact, when you say that again, some of them just turn around like they've been naughty children.
I think. Let's see. Well, the other group's here now, or the group has arrived. I guess I don't necessarily know that for sure yet, but
Yeah, I mean, rush up on the ramp.
yeah, I think it's time for. Well, I think I'm gonna try and find the Shens.
All right. You actually find them very easily. They're in a nice luxury office in the middle of the ship, kind of mid-range. If you go up the ramp and then turn around, you see them, and you actually see they're flanked by very heavy-duty droids, and they have their weapons drawn but haven't opened fire. Shen is holding up his hand, and you can see it's actually the real Erend and Eris. And he says,
All right.
"Ah, well, shows me for not assuming you'd get this far."
Start shooting.
All right.
Am I there?
I think it's time we roll initiative, though.
Okay.
So go ahead, and since you started shooting, go ahead and roll cool.
Are we all rolling initiative?
If you're all taking part in what Rogesh is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm storming up the ramp. Like, psh,
All right, and then I need to run to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
0.3.
Rock is going to have the gore howl out, and he's going to be unimaginably pissed.
Okay, there are going to be 4 initiative rolls for me, Taylor, just so you know that in advance.
Okay. I just need and 1.1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I have all of ours, so I'm ready when you are.
Okay. And then
Hey, someone did
Hey,
worse than
alright.
me. Or at least tiebreaker for PC. Nice.
And 1.4.
so it looks like PC, NPC. Okay, so 2 of you get to go first.
Hold on, let me just doobly check this. That PC beats out those NPCs. And then NPC, NPC, and then PC, PC, NPC. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'll type in the order.
Oh, you mean Chim Chim? He's the closest one to them right now.
Yes, I'd
Ooh.
say Chim
They
Chim
are-
can be in short, while Rogesh and everyone else is on medium if they went up the boarding ramp.
They are rather vigilant.
Sure, then I would say Chim Chim shoots first, so that way he doesn't accidentally shoot Rock if Rock gets engaged. Which Rock is going to get engaged. He's going to start killing the people who are not Aaron Shen or Eris Shen.
That would be the 2 droids. They are
Droids, you say?
Alright, I think I'm going to drop the lightning ion now at the droids.
Alright. Yeah, adversary 2.
So in short range, so 1 red, 1 purple.
Yes.
Okay. They haven't acted yet, so I get my 2 quick strike.
Oh, are you going to do auto fire too?
It's
this
a
is
grenade.
this is the lightning ion grenade, especially for droids.
Awesome.
All right, let's see. Then I need to do, and I'll aim once to make sure I really throw it correctly. Ah.
Well,
So-
you hit one of them.
Yeah, I don't get to use the blast on it, but it's going to do 12 stun damage to one of the droids.
All right, it's still up. Electricity sparks over its chassis, but its eyes blink. It appears still in working order.
I should have just shooted them.
Another PC?
Rock will take it if no one else wants to.
You would have been a little bit behind us, though, right?
Well, no, I just took a different route, though. So I would probably, if Rock's hauling...
Okay.
What,
I mean, Rock
what
would
do you
still
mean
be there.
They had a head start over you to get here.
Yes, but Rock would be moving probably faster than they could.
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't want to meta it too much, but, I went up the ramp, first.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Oh, then you definitely take it.
Alright, so I see the droid that Chim Chim threw the grenade at, so I'm going to maneuver, I'm going to quick draw my whip, and I maneuver into short range. And I am going to aim, and I'm going to use frenzied attack, and I am going to flip 2. And it's 1 red, or what's their adversary?
The droids? 2.
Okay. So it's going to be 2 red because I am still in melee even though I'm at short because of the whip. All right. Sweet.
Ho ho!
All right,
Wow.
so that does 9 strain resisted by soak and then 3 strain unresisted. Is it still up?
9 strain resisted. Yes.
All right. So then it is immobilized and staggered.
All right. NPC.
Oh, and also Taylor, that one is immobilized for 2 rounds and it's staggered for 1 round.
And this is the same one you Chim Chim hit with the ion grenade,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Next up, I'm going to have it be Eris. She's going to spend a maneuver to pull out a weapon and then take aim. Who is she going to aim at? She's going to aim at her father.
Oh!
All right. Yep. She is taking aim at Aaron Shen. And he has. I might as well make the adversary count. But I'm gonna. Nope.
We need him alive to get our money. Otherwise, shoot away.
Interesting turn of events.
Yes.
She shoots him and does. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 12. Ah. Aaron Shen immediately disintegrates.
What did she hit him with?
The disintegrator pistol.
What the hell is that?
Once Aaron disappears into a puff of ash, she holds up her hands and just drops the weapon. And then you see that she has a remote in her other hand. She clicks it, and the droid shut down. And she says, "I surrender."
Oh.
She just killed her father? Wow.
Ruthless businesswoman.
I don't think it
Give
was really
them that
him.
pistol.
Something's up here. There's no way. I don't believe it.
You're no longer offered any resistance. The droids have shut down, including the one that you staggered.
Hand over the weapon.
So there's nothing left of him?
It's on the floor, and all that's left of Aaron is just a pile of ash and a nicely furnished chair.
I'll pick up the weapon.
And she points at the desk and says, I don't know how much of your money is left, but there's still a chance you can get most of it back."
Alright, Hax is gonna jump on me.
All right. Once Hack gets on the computer, you see that the account that was that Alro transferred the funds into is currently being emptied. It looks like the funds are being dispersed across several accounts. The total amount of money in the account is actually 230,000 credits. She just says it was his method of laundering it, so he might use it in several off-planet banking accounts. If you stop the transfer and reverse, you can't reverse the flow, but you can transfer what's there into your own account.
All right, yeah, get to it, Hack.
All right, it is going to be, since you actually killed the guy who is opposing this, it's actually just going to be a hard computers check. Upgraded once because I'm flipping.
Okay. Hack is going to pull out his data breaker and hook it up. He's going to plug into it, so I will get to downgrade it twice. So that would be what?
Then that would just be hard. You can only get rid of the red die with downgrading.
Well, it's not downgrading. It difficulty removes.
It decreases the difficulty by 2.
Yes.
1 red die then.
1 red die. All right, cool.
Flip a destiny.
As for your question, Eric, there are no security measures left because the person doing it is dead.
Rock's gonna stand next to Eris and keep an eye on her so she doesn't try to get away or do anything fishy.
Actually, Chim Chim, I'm going to motion to you just to like hold on for a second, I'm gonna pick up the disruptor pistol. She set it down, right?
Yeah, it was on the floor. She just dropped it once she fired it.
It was a disintegrator pistol, right? That's what you said it was?
Yes.
I assume you mean
Not a
disruptor,
disruptor.
or is this something different?
Disruptor, whatever
Okay.
whatever has basically that effect.
Oh,
Oh, so me killing the Grand did help. Hooray!
So can I go ahead and roll for it?
Yeah.
Go for it.
save our money.
Houston, we have a problem.
Did you
I
roll?
never even saw the roll.
What was the result?
It won't show up.
Oh, yeah, let's just give it a second then.
There we go.
There it is.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Lots
able
of
to immediately
advantage.
stop. In fact, I'll say with that many advantage, you're able to actually recall some about some of the money that was still floating around in the banking ether. So I'll say you'll get 10,000 added onto that for 240,000 now that you're able to recover. The rest, however, was lost in Aaron Shen's attempt to launder it.
Can I hack that to see where it's actually going to maybe try to recover that?
No. Like, you can see where it's going, but you have no access to the banks.
Oh, okay.
It's going to banks in, like, Corellia, planets all over the galaxy.
Maybe
need to
the
actually
Cayman
be-
system.
Yeah, you need to be at the banks in order to stop that and get it back.
Can I at least get the account number?
No.
Oh, before we go home, though, I've got one last thing to do. So I'm going to turn to Eris and just say, you just killed your father.
There was no love lost in our relationship. He was turning out to be an unreliable partner.
An
He was the
unreliable
one who-
partner. An unreliable partner. And, I mean, you can see Rogesh is getting extremely upset. And
It
he
was
just says,
his
he looks at her and just says, a kinslayer cannot be trusted. And I turn to Rock, take off her head.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! We got what we
No,
wanted.
take off her head. I'm serious. Like, and Rogesh is going to do it himself. Take off her head.
Well, Rock's obviously not going to do that. Rock's going to, like...
Oh, are you really not going to do it? Because if you don't, I'm grabbing... I have the pistol in my hand. I'm going to shoot her in the head.
Well, no, Rock's going to intercede. Like, he's going to get in between Ragesh and her, and he's going to go, whoa, buddy, let's take it down a notch. Let's talk this out.
No. Like, I mean, also, too, just out of character, I'm doing this because of Ragesh's character. In character, Ragesh is going to say, she can't be trusted. She killed her own father. There's no way that we're letting this... We can't let her live. Absolutely not.
It was Aaron's idea to turn on you. Had we done it my way, this share would have been equal, and that would have been the end
You
of
killed
it.
your own father.
He's
No
the
way.
Oh,
one who betrayed you.
Rock's gonna say enough. He's going, if he needs to, he's going to pick Rogesh up and take him out of the yacht.
All right,
And-
Ragesh is
and
going to
move
say
him-
fine. He's going to say that's fine. I'm going to do a deception check. What's your discipline, Rock?
It's 1 green, but
I'm going to say you're going to have to be rolling against Eris's discipline, because she'll sniff through a liar. Depends if Rock would actually trust her judgment, but I would still say you're rolling against that.
What is
Well-
yours?
well, regardless, Rock is going to try to remove Ragesh from the situation.
No, I'm saying I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're right.
It's actually 4 red, and I'm going to flip to make it a purple and 4 red.
Oh shit!
Then Rock's gonna say, if you're really okay, give me the weapon.
All right, she believes you, at least.
Rock's
I'm gonna
still going to
say
say, if you're okay, you're fine with this, then give me the weapon, and Rock will hold out his hand.
Well,
All
wait a
right,
minute.
I
Hold
do
on.
a feint and I shoot her right in the head.
I was gonna. Wait. Just to say this, Rock. You believe him that he's stopping. I mean, he made that roll against
Yeah.
her deception against her. You believe him.
Yeah.
If you didn't believe him, maybe you'd say, "Give me the weapon." But you fully believe that he agrees with you and isn't going to shoot her.
And you're right. I understand that. I understand that he's saying he's cool. He's fine. But
And so
Rock's
that's
still
why
going to...
I've done a feint, and I'm shooting her in the head.
2 red die.
Okay.
Ranged light.
Let's see. Second.
So it's a called shot then if you're shooting her in the head, right?
Well, I'm just shooting her, and I'll flavor it. Let's see. Second one. This up.
While this is going on, Hack is going to see if he can find anything else in the system.
All right, go ahead and roll me a 2 red and a purple computers check. Out of curiosity, what are you using to decrease the difficulty?
I have a code breaker and I also have a slicer thing that's on me. I have to take 2 strain.
Oh, the cyberjack. Okay, well, the cyberjack certainly applies, but these aren't. You're not decrypting codes. This is more bypass security, if anything. So you can still use the cyberjack to decrease the difficulty, but codebreaker doesn't apply here.
Codebreaker would have to do anything with slicing.
No, it's with decrypting communications. I know it. I have it. I know exactly what it says.
Yeah,
Decrease the
but
difficulty for dealing with any sort of code breaking. This isn't code breaking because you're not doing anything with communications or security codes. In fact, I won't even say security codes.
okay. Just kind of see it different. All right. So what would be the difficulty?
It would be 2 reds and a purple.
And you decreased once with the jack.
Decrease difficulty of checks to break codes or decrypt communications by 1. That's not applying to every single slicing check.
No, I was talking about a cyberjack decrease.
No. The cyberjack applies. I don't disagree with that. Using codebreaker to decrease the difficulty, I disagree with.
Yes, I know.
So that would be 2 reds then, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, and 1 success. That actually does the same thing because your wound threshold's smaller. Yep. Eris Shed instantly disintegrates.
Nice.
So Rock is going to react. I'm going to let Leslie finish because this is going to be...
You wanted her dead in the beginning.
I wanted him dead.
You said both of them, man.
Because I thought both of them had double-crossed us.
Dude, she was lying.
When she killed her father and she surrendered, those are not the actions of someone who has double-crossed us.
Absolutely it is. It is someone who's even worse, double-crosser. She double-crossed her own father. Who do you think she's not going to double-cross us? I'm talking in character, by the way.
And I believed you. And you lied to me straight to my face. How can I trust you?
She killed her own father.
And you killed her after assuring me that you weren't.
Yep.
How can I trust you? How can I trust anything you say to me from now on?
And also, what would you have done with her alive? Just like you said, she would have been a threat.
She killed the threat. As far as I believe
Brock,
that
you're smarter than
after this-
that. If someone can take out their own flesh and blood, I know this is a concept that is difficult for you. It would be like someone taking out your own creator. There's no way that you can trust someone. You cannot trust a kinslayer.
And how can I trust a friend who lies to my face? How can I trust someone who I've literally fought side by side with against some of the most despicable, horrible, and some of the most dangerous enemies in this galaxy, someone I trusted with my life.
You should
I
have
can now
convinced
no
me then
longer
to take her
trust her.
out. It was your idea.
New information changes things, Ragash. She took
But
care of it.
but by the way, like out of character, you get where
Yeah.
you get where Ragesh is coming from.
Oh yeah. Out of character, I totally get it. And out of character, she could totally have been lying and like would have like hunted us to the ends of the galaxy or whatever.
Right.
But as far as Rock believes, she was on the level, and you.
Well,
like,
no. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
She at any time could have contacted us. We could have died from that bomb. She didn't do anything to keep us from dying until the very end when her own life was in danger. That's not saying much at all. We could have died from that first bomb.
You're right, and it's true. We very well could have, but if we're going through extenuating circumstances or hypotheticals like that, she could have been in a position unable to contact us or to warn us. She could have been in a position where she could not act without giving herself away. In which case, then, if there really was no love lost between them, Aaron Shen would have her.
But also, too, I want to ask, out of character, Rock's intelligence. I mean, would he? Because what is his intelligence?
It's one.
So, just putting forth the facts of first bomb could have killed us. Rock had even said we need to take them both out. We get this information, and Ragesh says, "Look, she killed someone who was close to her, who was a part of this deal." I mean, would Rock have all of these arguments against that with just his one intelligence, or he would say, "Oh, okay, actually, that makes sense."
Rock would understand that it makes sense, but you also lied straight to his face and shot her.
Oh yeah. Chim's got a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, we do need to go. This isn't the last of this.
Yes, you hear from the team that they have recovered the Sunflare, and they are coming by the hangar now to pick you up. Macron has apparently been able to relay that information to them.
Is this yacht space worthy, or is it only military?
The Chim's efforts on the engines.
It has no engine.
Oh yeah, never mind.
Real quick, as we're getting ready to leave and go on to the Sunflare, can I run back to the engineers in the engine bay and just kind of say, "The Pirate King Chimagura has slain the Shens," and then just leave?
You can shout that, but there are a lot more technicians now, and they have built up their confidence.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to shout it as we run away.
Right. I want to say one last thing.
Little Chim!
I'm just going to say one last thing, and I'm just going to say, look, Rock, I put my life on the line for you to get that Cortosis chassis, which has probably saved your life multiple times. Now we're even.
Bum, bum, bum.
Rock will harumph, and he'll go fine.
Yes. And now that that has been settled...
So real quick, what else did Hack find when he...
Oh, I typed that in. You see that the Shens have actually spent the past year offloading a lot of their property onto other worlds, most notably Corellia, Bonadan, and Nar Shaddaa.
I would like
this stuff.
Huh?
Locations. I mean, actually, like building locations and all.
They're not that specific. It looks like there are several estates on the planets they've offloaded on. Anyway.
The bank, like the routing address for the funds wouldn't necessarily have, home address or business address on them, but it would say which bank it's going to, or allude to which bank, so it's a bank on Corellia, or it's a bank on the other planets. But yeah, quick! Someone grab those 10 crates as we're loading on.
So where are we here?
The hangar bay, now that the Sunflare has swung by, the hangar bay is now filling up with some guards and
Okay,
whatnot.
we don't have the Sunflare just yet, so...
Oh, I'm gonna open fire on the guard.
Well, I didn't want you to join until you really had gotten on the Sunflare.
Well, we basically have it.
That
Yeah.
we got on the
Close enough.
software.
Yeah.
What am I
Flip
missing?
a destiny. It worked. Everyone was charming, and it was wonderful. So,
Great. Now I feel like I ruined something.
no, I'm sorry. That's me as
Ruined it all.
misunderstanding. So,
So I just want to give the data about the corrupt officials to Macron to give to Lando from my data pad that I had the poor guy give me.
Oh, yes, I'll make sure to deal with that quickly. But for now, it might be best for us to make our escape.
Well, yeah, like as we're escaping.
Yes, we've made enough of a mess as we have already.
oh Lord, what have you guys done?
They've done several things.
We
Oh,
sent Cloud City to self-destruct.
If just Chim Chim wants the crates, he's not going to be able to move them. They're too heavy.
Try anyway, Chim.
Are they too heavy for rock?
No, you'd have to get Rock to help you, and things are getting hectic.
Grab one of these crates as we leave.
All right,
Yeah, at least
Rock
one.
Rock grabs one.
Okay.
He hefts it up.
Average athletics check, but it's going to be upgraded twice.
Ooh, these are really heavy. I bet there's good stuff in there.
Boosh.
All right, you are able to take one crate up into the Sunflare when it swings by the hangar.
Torty's gonna try and take a crate.
Same difficulty.
I'm going to look at Chim Chim and say, we're splitting this 50.
The blaster fire around you is just too thick. You don't get shot, luckily, but you aren't able to grab one.
It's an athletics check, you said?
Am I just going to have everyone roll it now?
Well, might as well. We're running down the ramp, and it's like, hell yeah.
Everyone that was part of my team can roll if they want to grab a crate, but it's going to be
Sweet.
the same difficulty. What was
Is Rock
it?
able to grab
two red, Tommy.
It was
Oh, whoops.
two reds,
I'll
Tommy.
just do 2 reds by themselves then.
Oh my goodness, he is within medium range.
Chim Chim
No,
gets
Chim
shot
fell into the
twice.
crate. This is hilarious.
Damage.
Wait, Jack, what did you say?
You get shot twice, 6 damage. Yeah, you can use soak on both, but you get shot twice.
Okay. You said 6
I'm
damage?
sorry. What's the check again?
2 red die.
Athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah, athletics.
Don't do it. We're getting
succeeded,
shot.
but he had threat left over. Or no, he didn't. Just one advantage. Whoa!
Whoa!
All right, you're able to get 3 crates on board the Sunflare.
Oh, I didn't realize that Hack was so strong. Damn.
Yeah.
Take off the
Melee
blue
man.
dyes. Take the blue dyes off.
You still definitely succeed.
You still succeeded.
All
so
right.
total 3 crates.
Everyone's able to get on board that was in the Ventures hangar with 3 crates as extra shtick. Not to mention they got your money back through the successful hacking of Hack. You're able to get 240,000 credits back. The rest has been transferred off planet to places you might not be able to get to very easily.
That's a fair share. It's a good portion.
So you're able to take off, and with the special clearance I think you got from Lobot, you are not pursued. So actually, just imagine you're one ship here, just one. The picture was nice. I couldn't not include it, but you're just one ship flying away. Clean getaway. You managed to hold on. I think there's.
I still see that it fell.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That player banner should have been moved around at least 3 times.
That's why I mentioned him in the chat at one point, but I didn't really make a big point of it.
Yeah, you kind of should have. Hold on, I got to go back. I have to at least show you all the pictures you could have seen.
So many things were going on, I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at all that stuff you could have seen but didn't because someone needed to grow a spine.
Even the blue people.
Man, mine
They're
are all
not blue
black.
anymore. They're black.
I wouldn't have seen it
and-
anyway, apparently, because I'm only seeing black.
Well, some of it's covered by fog of war, so
And
you need to
now-
zoom all the way out in order to see it.
No, I have it zoomed out all the way.
Well, then complain to Roll20 because it's not my fault.
I'm not complaining to you, I'm just
Oh,
stating
it's
the
on
fact.
it's on the escape still.
I moved. That's where it's supposed to be, but you
Yeah.
shouldn't be seeing just blackness.
That's all I see. That's okay.
I see a picture. I see spaceships.
Yeah. Technical headaches aside, you are able to make a clean getaway.
Rock's gonna ask why Eliza's
Everyone.
on the ship.
Meet Eliza.
Why is she here?
She's the reason.
Tommy, do you, or Rogus, do you still have that pistol?
Yeah, I'm kind of holding on to it right now.
Covered in the ash of both Shens.
Called the Shen Killer.
Yes, the Shens have been disintegrated, one by another, and finally the last one by Vogesh.
Oh man.
Jeez.
So are people going to start talking about all the murder they've been committing in front of Eliza?
I took care of it.
Well, I don't care what she thinks of me. She
there we
tries to
go.
get at me, I'm gonna fucking kill her. But she's seen reason, so there's no reason.
Well,
for
yeah,
me to
I
kill her.
mean, in character, I'm just like, what is she doing here?
Yeah.
She wants to be taken to Volvith, so we're doing that.
Oh.
Works for me. I'll walk up and shake her hand and say, it's nice to formally meet.
She's the Jedi that Gristle encountered.
Oh. Does she smell like bad magic?
You could say something like that, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna stay away from her and just go pet my crate.
Well, it's not yours. We're splitting it.
Is that what? Your crate, you got shot trying to grab a crate.
Well, Brock and I are sharing this crate.
Yeah. 50-50, Chim Chim. I'll arm wrestle you for it.
If you crack open the crates, and that's actually quite easy as they only really have the safety lock, you see they're actually filled with exquisite clothes and books.
Yay!
All of them, of course, fitting a humanoid.
I was really hoping you were going to say fish.
You still want half that?
What's that, Chim?
You still want half?
Hell yeah. I
Alright.
carried this damn thing. You tried and you ended up getting shot.
Fine, I'll take half the pretty clothes.
I think, I'm willing to say there's at least one set of noble regalia in there if Gerald wants to see if he can't negotiate one out of him. You have to negotiate for the people who braved a firefight to get them, apparently.
Oh, well, we all know what my bargaining chip is, and I tap my cybernetic cavity.
We braved a lot
I'll
too.
just give it to him.
We braved a fan.
I don't.
That's right, we did.
They're pretty close, but I'll just give him one.
So what is the current state of the Jewel of Yavin?
It is in
Safe and
Gerald's
sound.
cavity. But Eliza is sticking close to him, so she's going to be watching it pretty heavily.
He's a bit of a cougar, but, we'll leave that on the side.
Ew.
Was there ever an arrangement, or just...
Yes, they convinced her that yes, that's the why she joined them, is because they said that they would bring her to Volvith.
But she's still not getting the jewel?
Nope.
No,
She does
no.
not want it anymore.
I would want to see the results of that social check.
It
There were
was
numerous
it was-
ones.
Yeah, there was several. There was a series of 3 charm checks that they succeeded at.
Good job.
So they've been promised. They've been. She was offered the crystal from a dark side acolyte's lightsaber that Dara actually has, and she's also been told about the party's access to different resources when it comes to lightsabers. So.
Well, she wouldn't want the crystal from an acolyte. It's
No,
tainted.
she yes, I know that, but that's she rejected that lightsaber, but she's interested in what the party has to offer, both in terms of Volvith being getting access to Volvith, a member of the Jedi Council, and whatever else the party has to offer. So.
Is there
Alright,
anything that you guys learned about the gem? Since she's so interested in it?
Oh, it can be a lightsaber crystal.
And it apparently is not tainted by the dark side.
It's a pretty pricey lightsaber crystal. I mean,
That's why we're gonna sell it.
One.
It'd have to be cut down.
Yes.
But if it's large enough, it could make several.
The other gems would probably have imperfections.
wow. I'm just curious, like, out of character, does it have some, like, amazing stats or something to it?
Well, this was made before F&D, so no.
Boo.
Yeah. Anyway, this can all be dealt with when we're not recording, since we're still on the clock. Anyway, the Sunflare is able to make a clean getaway from Bespin, not only with the Jewel of Yavin, but also with a majority of the credits the social team was able to get out of the auction. Macron looks quite happy, since it looks like even though things seem to turn for the worst, the agents of the broker were able to turn it around and not only make a clean getaway, but make it out with almost their entire payout intact. With that, he actually goes over to the hollow table tank in the center of the Sunflare and turns it on. And actually what appears is the now familiar hologram of the broker. I wish I had the auto dilation, but whatever. He says, "Congratulations, agents. I was not expected to suddenly apply my resources in this mission, but it was nice to have an ear and see how successful you can be, even when the chips are stacked against you." And he says, "I can certainly arrange for not only these credits, but the Jewel of Yavin to be put forward to something for the good of the entire. Are we still a Coronet cell now that we have a new base?
With a
Wayrite
Wayrite
cell.
cell.
Okay, for the good of the entire Wayrite cell. Cell. Ugh. I leave this as a choice you can make. I can take the jewel into my own possession and sell it, and that will allow you to have a collective pool you may pull credits from to apply to several projects on Wayrite or elsewhere. However, this is of course up to you. In the meantime, I would also like to take this chance to perhaps introduce you to the new agent that will be joining the Wayrite cell, this mission having been his opportunity to try out. And the mass of holographic images gestures to Macron, who bows as a result. Yes, Macron will be joining you now as a fully fledged agent of mine. And I hope...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What's his reaction to the onboard Jedi?
He nods at appreciation to her and says, "I hope we are able to become more acquainted at a later date, Master Eliza." And Eliza appears a bit put off by the idea, but she gives a gracious nod, regardless of her facial expression. And he says, "Well, anyway, I shall allow you to make what you will with your winnings. Contact me if you wish to arrange something for the Jewel of Yavin." And with that, the hologram cuts off. And Macron says, "I guess I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring up one alternative. Borga would probably be quite interested in selling the jewel for himself."
No.
Nope.
I figured, but what else would I be?
Borga pays well.
If I didn't
Borga
bring
does
up
pay well,
alternatives.
and Borga's been a solid friend, but we're back in contact with the broker, so the broker asked for it. Ragesh is going to be all for giving it to the broker.
Yeah. Macron just puts up his hands and says, "No objection. I just wanted to bring the option up."
Rock will walk up. He'll hug Macron and pick him up and give him a squeeze and go, "Congratulations."
Oh, thank you. Man, I think my nose is starting to bleed. Anyway, so that actually concludes both Macron and myself. Glad to see art is imitating life. Actually concludes Jewel of Yavin, Episode 3, Escape to the Clouds. And you have successfully escaped to the clouds.
Yay.
Yay.
So, you now have a large payout, which I think will stay last, but first with the experience. 15 base. Oh, hold on. I have to make sure I don't miss any recommendations here. I'm going to give you... +2, right? Yes. All right, successfully. Okay, dealing with the Shens. That's going to be +3. You successfully hunted them down, and though one of them kind of took them out for you, you took out the other one. So that's 3. You were able to evade. You're able to defeat the bounty hunter sent after you. That's going to be +1. You're able to evade capture, actually several times, but you weren't quite aware of it, so that's going to be +2 again, so 6. Any bonuses you want to give for your side, Brandon?
So many.
Yeah. The defeat of the fan was a pretty major point for us. It was pretty harrowing.
It's at least
It
like
really
+5.
Yeah. So I would say for getting Eliza to back off of the gem and consider they really gave her a bit of a moment of fuck, what have I been doing with my life? She really is interested in connecting with what's left of the Jedi now, and so I'd say what do you guys think? 3 for that? Is that?
I would like 3 XP, yes.
I think -5 XP would be good. No, so 3 for that, and then +1 for the dealing with Lobot without actual combat with Lobot or trying to hack his brain or anything like that. Because I mean, those are all options. But they negotiated and argued for the free market to enable to pull on his bureaucratic heartstrings and let him establish a new bureaucracy for Cloud City.
The bathroom ambush.
And then the bathroom ambush. So those 2 will both be +1s.
So was that 5 total, the 3 and then the 2 +1s, or did I miss one?
Yes.
Okay,
It should
so
be
that's
There is distraction.
Oh yeah.
Whatever would that be?
Yeah, I think that rolls into the +3 in general because that was an awesome way to start that session. Because I mean, you were let's see. No, that was dealing with the guards before.
Yeah, that was we got noticed and we had to bullcrap our way out of that.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and say another +1 for that. So.
Okay, so now we're at 27. Anyone want to come up with an idea, and we as the GM will interpret if that's worthy of a point, especially from my side since I didn't give you that chance.
Yeah, I mean, the whole, posing as bounty hunters, and it worked to get in with Shens.
Yes, I'll give you a +1 for that, especially since that got you really on the right track. In fact, I'll give you another +1 due to Rox accidentally making things a lot easier later on. Because getting the money back was going to be a lot harder, but he killed the slicer that was actually supposed to oppose that.
Yeah.
By just tapping on the shoulder.
A +1 for Chim Chim's detective work. That really came in handy.
Oh yeah, regarding the warehouse.
Mm-hmm. And the venture.
Yeah, okay. Is that 30 or 29?
30.
Okay, you know what? That's a nice even number. We'll stop it there. And now for the payout. Oh no, we still have to give it with a MERP. For my team, who do you think would be the most fitting?
Chim Chim. That was so clutch at the end with him on the... I mean, we needed him. The fact that he kept making sure to go to the places where everyone else wasn't, that was complete MVP right there. It was all on him for us to get to the venture, so good job.
Yeah, I'll vote for Chim too.
I mean, Ragesh would actually... He hugged you at the end because that was all you.
All right. Seems like Chim Chim's the majority winner on my side. How about your side, Brandon?
Yeah, guys, what do you think?
It's hard. I'll put a vote in for Gristle because Black and White Catering was a glorious success. But it
My
was like
thought-
it was a 2-man job. That's why I kind of saw it.
Yeah, it's hard to split the MERP between us because it was really a duo act in there.
Well, yeah, my thought was Gristle too because the duo thought is definitely a thing, but he also played the major role in like helping Eliza
Yeah.
convert, more or less. That's
Yeah,
what
that-
tipped it for me.
I concur as well.
I concur.
So,
All right,
sounds like
so
Gristle.
we have Gristle and Chim Chim as the MERP winners. That
Yeah.
wraps up experience. Now to deal with the payout. Okay, so since it seems like you've all agreed to give the jewel over to the broker, here's what's going to happen on that end. The entire Wayrite cell now has 150,000 credits to use for their own benefit. This is different from your payout. That will be dealt with the auction winnings. But the jewel itself will now provide a pool you can now use for maybe enhancing the base or doing something else. Mainly as a group, this is a group resource. You can do with as you see fit. Now for the actual payout,
Feeding the dragon.
yeah. Now for the actual payout, you have, as I said earlier, 240,000 credits that you may either add to this pool to help you build stuff for the cell, or split amongst yourselves as evenly as possible, although I know we kind of have a problem with a few people only really being here for one episode. Not blaming you, I'm just saying that's how it is. It depends on if you want to actually measure contribution as a modifier or not. I mean, you have a lot of credits, split it evenly. Doesn't seem like that bad of a deal.
I would say do it by total number of episodes each character was in, and make it proportional by that.
Okay.
Each episode appearance has a specific payout, and if you were in 2, you get 2 payouts. If you were in 3, 3 payouts, etc.
Right, so there are 36, shares basically in it, right?
don't know how
Which
many
evens
people-
out to 66666 infinity. So who wants to have the number of the beast as the share number?
Oh, that's a good one from Chim Chim too.
Yeah,
50 to the
I like
Wayrite group and 50 to split amongst us.
Okay, so that means 120 will be added to the community pool, which turns that into 270.
Yep, I'll add that.
And then 120 split among everyone else with 36 shares. Oh, whoops, that's wrong math. Silly me. That equals 3,333, basically. One person gets 1 credit, 1 extra credit.
Dibs.
So, if you were in all 3 missions for episode 1, some of
We
you
had
were in
4
both
parts.
part 1 and part 2 of the heist, which makes things a bit harder. Are you willing to forgo payment just so I don't have to have my head explode through math headache?
No, that's still, you get a share for having, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, because if you did, oh, you're saying people who had the same character do both?
Yeah, Rogesh, like example, Rogesh was in both the party and the heist.
But he's still occupied, one of the 36 shares. I think he gets, I don't know.
Okay, then if you're in one episode, you get 3,333. If you're in 2, 6,666. And if you're in all 3, 9,999.
0.99.
Yeah, and Rogesh, for your help with the deception, you'll get the 1 credit to make that all even.
10K. Sweet. And then for our team, we've got 8K to split between us for just this mission.
Oh,
Right?
yes.
5 of us, right?
I think so.
Yeah, there was
Hack.
Hack, Rock, Chim Chim, and Rogesh, and then Tori. Sorry.
All right, so we get 1,600 credits each then.
Cool.
All right. Well, that was actually not as bad as I thought it was, since you decided to put so much in the community pool. I'll make sure to put that somewhere on the R poll so we know just how much we have to deal with.
Cool.
I would just make a thread that's like accounting or something and just do it all there.
Rebecca votes that it goes into the armory fund.
I was.
We have an armory fund?
I was actually going to recommend using some of that to build a space station.
I think we need a lot more than that to build a space station.
You actually only need I think 100,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Space stations are cheap.
Well, it's
Yeah.
a space station where it has a living space and docking ports, and maybe a hangar bay for something like the Sunflare. Like Silhouette 5 vehicles have to use a docking port to attach instead of actual hangar bay.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to think it's like a non-mobile ship, basically. So
Yeah.
if ships are like 200,000 for a reasonable size, like
Jokin was hoping for a little rebel duty for the connection with Eliza.
oh yeah, that's a pretty good point. So is Volvith full time with the rebellion right now?
Basically, if they have custody of Shorn, then he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on Terrell 5 right now.
Well, they don't have custody of Shorn. The broker would have gotten that in the end. I thought that was a compromise.
Well, yeah, but that's why on the R poll, Renzi said that she's going to need time with him. There is an adventure coming up where the broker gets Shorn.
Okay, was any duty given out for that, having Volvith there? Because the thing with Eliza is that she's a lot more interested in the Jedi Masters than anything that they might be associated with.
Oh, are you asking if I don't know.
They did do a check that directly related to the convincing her that the rebellion is something worthwhile at least to consider. So, but at the end of the day, she would be receiving her direction from Volvith once they do meet up.
Yeah, remind me of that when we have stuff with Volvith settled, because it may end up with her with the rebellion, it may not. I don't really want to declare anything yet.
Okay.
Mysterious.
Well, granted, I may just come to a decision when I actually watch the recording, because that's definitely going to influence my decisions depending on what I actually hear. Regardless, for now, no duty, but I reserve the right to change that later.
What about broker duty?
Broker duty. You did give him a lot of money. I'd certainly give anyone who wants it 5 resource acquisition duty for the broker.
Score.
As for obligation, here's something interesting. Because the Shens have been practically destroyed, both by their own hand and by yours, you actually... Obligation is automatically triggered if you ever return to Cloud City. However, I'm not going to pin that with a numerical value, because as long as you stay clear of Bespin, it's not really going to come back to haunt you.
Cool.
So, for any GM who wants to put something on Cloud City, obligation is automatically triggered unless in that mission they do something extravagant that gets that forgiven, and it's going to have to be big.
Well, we already the information that we gave to Lando should help a bit, right?
It'll help, but you've still caused quite a stir, especially since the Shens aren't available for retribution, even with all the evidence against them.
Well, exactly. So we took out one of the biggest crime families there.
We also caused a bit of an issue on planet.
Yeah, that's true.
Were those engineers going to spread the word of the Pirate King Chim Chim slaying the Shens?
They're going to talk about the furball that nibbled something at them after they killed one of the engineers that got a bit too cocky.
Works for me.
They may not remember your name. They may...
It must have been that little Chim guy.
Exactly.
You could just imagine if they meet up and meet a bunch of evil, so people running scared.
All right. So after that arduous process, I think it's time we actually called the recording to a close. This has been the Shadow of the Broker campaign. I'm taking the massive task of stealing the Jewel of Yavin. Thank you all for watching, and please don't complain.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.